recently the distortion of Holocaust are unfortunately very usual expressions of this hate speech and distortion of the reality. And as long as Holocaust exists, anti-Semitism exists and expands and is disseminated, Greece has to reform its strategies to face this problem. In this context, I have the honor to officially announce the decision of the Greek government to start immediately the procedure to draft for the first time an integrated action plan to fight anti-Semitism in our country. This procedure to put forward the action plan will start without further ado in the coming weeks, and to this end, all the various competent ministries will cooperate, as well as the members of the civil society, with, above all, the Central Board of Jewish Communities in Greece. The purpose is to start its implementation as soon as possible. International experience has proven that the National Action Plan is a powerful means to fight anti-Semitism, since it aims at coordinating all necessary tools on all levels in the country. Thus, we achieve the best possible result in the battle against the dissemination of hate, racist messages, and distortion of history. Ladies and gentlemen, in January, during the days that we celebrated the remembrance of Holocaust, Inke Arbecher, a Holocaust survivor, in a very moving event that took place, characterized anti-Semitism, a type of cancer for the society that has been heightened again and exacerbated and must be cured as soon as possible. Unfortunately, academic research has shown that young Europeans from 16 to 24 are more prone to have been subject to anti-Semitic behavior, and our country is no exception. This is why we need to help the young people to understand the risks that are hidden behind the simplistic messages in of the internet. And education is the means to achieve this objective. This is why the government has stressed the information and education of young people, as it was shown by the initiative of the Greek government. And today's conference is a proof of the interest of Kyriakos Mitsotakis' government to deal with this problem. Dear friends, allow me, in concluding, to thank very warmly the mayor of Ioannina, Mr. Elisaf, and the Greek delegation in IHRA, and of course the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I also want to thank all the speakers who have accepted to participate in this conference, those who came from abroad most especially. I am eager to listen to proposals and ideas to combat this phenomenon that we could include in the National Action Plan and then implement them. Thank you very much.
We will now watch the pre-recorded video message of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Dimitris. It is a great pleasure to welcome and address the international conference, which is organized by the IHRA Greek delegation and the Municipality of Ioannina on the fighting of anti-Semitism and Holocaust distortion and denial of the digital battlefield, an issue that is of concern to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs since a number of years. We have appointed a special official to follow these expressions. We have the Deputy Prime Minister is responsible for these issues, as well as different Greek representatives abroad. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism is present even in the most developed societies of the world. The conspiracy theories are becoming increasingly popular via the internet and the social media. It is our duty to stop this new pandemic as soon as possible. And I believe that the Ioannina conference will contribute in this direction. We continue to innovate and work towards introducing best practices in Greece. We are going to win this battle as long as there is no complacence, as long as we don't believe that this is going to disappear by itself. In conclusion, I should like to warmly thank Mr. Voisis Elisaf, Mayor of Ioannina, for the excellent cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the Greek delegation at IHRA for organizing the conference. My personal experience is that recently I visited the exhibition of the Columbia University Library, which is dedicated to the Jewish community. I was very pleased to see that the remembrance of this community is becoming international. Thank you.
I would like to ask now the Mayor of Ioannina, Mr. Moses Elisaf, to take the floor.
Dear invited speakers, ladies and gentlemen, first I have to introduce myself. I'm Moses Elisaf, Emeritus Professor of Internal Medicine, and for more than 20 years the president of the small though historic Jewish community of Ioannina, but also for more than 3 years the mayor of the city, the first ever elected Jewish mayor of my country, and thus I had a strong commitment to preserve the memory of the city and to make known its rich multicultural past. I would like to cordially thank the Greek presidency of the IHRA and personally Ambassador Polidorakis for their initiative to organize this exciting international congress in our city in collaboration with the Municipality of Ioannina, entitled Fighting Antisemitism and Holocaust, Distortion and Denial on the Digital Battlefield. A congress that focuses on a relevant and significant problem that poses major challenges to our societies, which are confronted with huge challenges such as pandemic, climate change, economic crisis, and war. I cordially thank the speakers who came to Ioannina from all over the world to share their knowledge, their valuable experience, and their constructive ideas which can help our societies to delineate the appropriate tools towards the confrontation of this problem. I welcome you all to our city, and I hope you will find enough time to enjoy its beauties as well as its monuments that imply its rich multicultural past. Furthermore, Sunday morning, a guided tour to the historic center of the city will be provided to the participants by our municipality. I wish every success to our Congress, and I hope you will enjoy your stay in Ioannina. Thank you.
We have the honor to have with us today Ambassador Noam Katz, Ambassador of Israel to Greece. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, friends, and thank you for hosting this summit here in Ioannina on this important topic. Antisemitism is an ancient and multifaceted phenomenon, and it is found everywhere. In recent years, we have witnessed a constant and alarming increase in its scope. It is spreading on social media, feeding and preying on tissue ground of growing polarization. Antisemitism is a threat that endangers the life of Jews, both as individuals and as communities. It constitutes a violation of the human rights of Jews to self-determination, life, personal security, and freedom of worship. Antisemitism is directed toward Jews, but in practice, it indicates the state of society. It damages the social fabric and undermines the values of democracy and equality. The new anti-Semitism, which hides under the guise of criticism of the state of Israel, is no less dangerous. It promotes a discourse that makes use of classic anti-Semitic symbols and stereotypes. It undermines the very legitimacy of the existence of the state of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state. But more than that, it put the responsibility for what is happening in Israel or in the Middle East on the shoulders of Jews, citizens of the country in which they live. In addition, we are also witnessing an alarming increase in the scope of Holocaust distortion and improper use of the Holocaust and its symbols for political goals. Distorting and denying the Holocaust are means of spreading and fueling hatred and anti-Semitism. Lack of understanding of what anti-Semitism is greatly limits the ability to deal with it. Therefore, it is important not only to learn, but also to create clear common language. The IHRA definition, the World Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, is an important tool that helps create discourse, education, monitoring, and identification. The social network and the internet as a whole are fertile ground to spreading toxic discourse, hatred, and anti-Semitism. What happens in the digital space finds expression in the physical space, in violent incident and damage to life of Jews and to the security of Jewish communities. We must act jointly so that what is illegal in the physical space will also be illegal in digital space. The tech companies must adopt a policy to prevent the spread of hate and anti-Semitic content. It is not a question of freedom of speech or, in America, the First Amendment. The core business of the tech companies is moving information, is mobilizing information from one place to another. It is about transportation. Therefore, they have to adopt traffic rules. And the policy and the rules that they will adopt must be translated into algorithmics. Government's responsibility is to defend their citizens. Therefore, we should also consider making tech companies liable, as done in the case of banks and money laundering. Government has the duty to create a space for dialogue and joint activities between the various parties of society, civil society, Jewish communities, technology companies, in order to improve the ability to confront this phenomenon. Together, we can. Thank you very much, and I wish all of us fruitful days.
Now we're going to watch a pre-recorded video message of the President of the IHRA, Ambassador Ms. Ann Burns.
Dear Excellencies, colleagues and friends, it is an honor to address you in my capacity as Chair of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance and to do so in relation to the crucial topic of today's conference. Holocaust distortion, disinformation, as well as denial form a pattern that is becoming more and more prevalent in all kinds of contexts and across the ideological spectrum. In response to this, the United Nations General Assembly earlier this year adopted a resolution which condemns Holocaust denial and distortion and states that Holocaust denial in its various forms is an expression of anti-Semitism. The UN resolution also commends the work of the IHRA, and given that we are the only intergovernmental organization focused solely on the issues related to the Holocaust and the genocide of the Roma, we have indeed been looking into disinformation and lack of information about the Holocaust ever since we started our work in the year 2000. Our efforts have included the development of a working definition on Holocaust denial and distortion, which was put into practice in 2013 and which has been used ever since. Concrete tools like the definition are so important in an era where we, all through the last years, have seen Holocaust distortion take on a whole other dimension than previously, undermining the facts of history and in many cases also instrumentalizing history in distorted ways to serve the agenda of the sender. A recurrent pattern here is that those who distort the Holocaust also often try to call into question the importance of the major lessons of that era, namely that pluralistic democracy based on the rule of law is the only system of government that stands a chance of guaranteeing human rights effectively. This is also why distortion so often feeds into anti-democratic, extremist, anti-Semitic, nationalist and polarizing narratives, movements, actions and policies. Countering distortion, therefore, means making sure that our pluralistic democracies can withstand such threats, including by addressing the spread of Holocaust distortion and anti-Semitic messages on the internet and in social media. Against this background, it is encouraging that several of the pledges presented at the Malmö International Forum a year ago, including this conference, illustrate the efforts to limit or remove incitement to hatred and violence and anti-Semitic content online. The Swedish IHRA presidency is promoting the momentum created by this Malmö Forum by following up on the pledges and by communicating good and inspiring examples. It is really good to know that none of us is alone in this struggle. The UN resolution that I mentioned earlier was adopted with consensus. This means that all of our countries are in this together and that we are all urged to make an effort to counter Holocaust distortion. As for the IHRA, we are 35 member countries with an extended partnership consisting of both observer countries and organizations like the United Nations, UNESCO, the European Commission, the Council of Europe, and the OSCE ODIHR. Together, we are promoting and supporting the international consensus that we now have around the importance of addressing distortion and protecting the facts, both offline and online. Let me finish by wishing you a fruitful conference that takes our collective efforts even further.
We now give the floor to the President of the Central Board of Jewish Communities in Greece, Mr. David Saltiel. Your great representative of the Metropolitan, The Deputy Prime Minister is not attending. Therefore, Your Excellency, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Your Excellency, ambassadors of Canada, of Israel, of Germany, dear representatives of IHRA, representatives of the military authorities, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. I should like to start by thanking the municipality and the beautiful town of Ioannina for hosting this conference. I should especially like to thank the mayor, Elisaf, whom I know since many years. I am very happy that he has now become the mayor of this town. Mayor, I wish that you may be re-elected so that we can organize the next conference in this town as well. You have contributed a lot and still have a lot to contribute to the social and spiritual and cultural tissue of this city. You fight with us against racism and xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and in order to maintain the remembrance of Holocaust, which is a duty for all the martyrs, vis-à-vis the martyrs. The religious prejudices of the past, the stereotypical fabrications of the Middle Ages, the political exploitations of bigotism and the false protocols of the elders of Zion, to the industrialized genocide of 6 million Jews, anti-Semitism, that is hatred against Jews, remains an open wound on the body of mankind. This phenomenon was not deemed to be a problem, not even during the decades following the Holocaust, not even when the Holocaust was being denied. And what happened? Unfortunately, we had to have deaths before society woke up and for the institutions to coordinate and come together with society in order to fight against anti-Semitism. Of course, the internet has given a further impetus to this phenomenon, but and has also grown, make this threat grow. Because 70% of the users of Instagram and TikTok who are 13 and 24 years old, the threat of the spread of anti-Semitic stereotypes is very clear. Ignorance, the easy and thoughtless reproduction, the lack of critical thought are just a few of the factors which lead to the trivialization of the Holocaust and the popularity of anti-Jewish lies, which are outrageous. Recent research by the UN and UNESCO regarding the distortion of Holocaust in the social media show exactly the same thing. Last June, the conclusions were presented on the basis of thousands of posts of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Telegram in 4 languages, English, French, Spanish, and German. And the results are astounding. They are tragic. 49% of English and French content regarding the Holocaust either denies or distorts the history of the Holocaust. And this goes up to 80% when it comes to the posts in German language. So the situation seems to be better with the various platforms such as Facebook and Twitter. they have implemented some control policies regarding the Holocaust denial and false fake news. Still, the anti-Semitic slanderers are able to insidiously spread lies with, of course, dangerous consequences. As regards Greece, a simple internet search helps us understand how extensive this phenomenon is. Just a characteristic example. Since 2009, we have been listening to the slander that Jews in Greece do not pay taxes. It has been reproduced thousands and thousands of times, despite the replies of the Central Council, despite the announcements, despite all our efforts. You can imagine, during the financial crisis, when the Jews were becoming the target of this slander that they do not pay taxes. You can imagine what this means to the everyday citizens. After assessing the importance of the consequences of this hatred, the Secretary General of Religious Affairs, Mr. Kalantzis, my friend Mr. Kalantzis, set out a press release in 2015 saying stating the obvious, that is, all Greek citizens are taxed in the same manner, irrespective of their religion. Still, 7 years later, these lies flourish in the internet and, of course, instill poison to the ignorant and makes those in need revolt, is divisive and creates a feeling of so-called social injustice. They say that Jews dominate the institutions and the law, and they manipulate governments and policies, and so on and so forth. They continue to instill their poison. A similarly important phenomenon is the anti-Semitic rhetoric and hate speech in the traditional media, the press, books, and in the public discourse. The anti-Semitic stereotypes hide behind different expressions of so-called historic research, patriotism, anti-Zionism, and they intentionally confuse the definitions and the limits between Jews and Zionists, Jews and Israel, political criticism and comparisons with the Holocaust, and very often they reproduce references of very well-known Holocaust deniers. There are laws about that, but they also have to be implemented in such cases. It is quite right what the Deputy Prime Minister said. We set up committees. If we wish to succeed, then we will succeed. And in any case, here in Greece, we have a Supreme Court ruling which was unable to condemn a book which you are all aware of, which you all know, which is has gross anti-Semitic rhetoric about Hitler was unable to exterminate the Jews, and the book is still being sold. It is hiding behind the cover of scientific research, but it funds the hatred against Jews. These are facts. These are things are happening now. It is not just words on a piece of paper or on a screen. The hate speech is the cause of violent actions. In October 2019, a terrorist attacked the Halle synagogue in Germany, and he transmitted all his whatever he was saying live through the social media. If we do not react, the result will be tragic. Today, more than ever, what is important is the fact that national governments and international institutions are already implementing programs to fight this phenomenon. Information campaigns such as Think Before You Share are absolutely necessary and state that all of us, those of us who want to fight the dissemination of hatred, we can be resourceful and we can adapt to the times as much as the insidious persons who promote their propaganda in the dark web. Before I conclude, I should like to thank and congratulate Mr. Polidorakis, who is the head of the Greek delegation at IHRA, the Minister of Education, Ms. Kerameos, the Secretary General, Mr. Karadziis, Mr. Giannakakis, the Special Envoy. Congratulations to all those who teach the young people with their educational programs. Still, I believe they are too few. This is not enough in order for the attitude to change. I, of course, believe that education is a very important means to fight anti-Semitism and distortion of history. After some time, we will have to answer those who say that the Holocaust did not happen. There are still very few survivors who have their number on their arm. They are one after the other, they are departing. And those who question the Holocaust will continue to do so. They will question this horrible fact. We need to bring our stories up to date, to modernize our methods, because this is a fight that we cannot lose. Thank you for listening to me, and I wish success to this conference.
Τέλος, καλούμε στο βήμα τον επικεφαλής της ελληνικής αντιπροσωπείας στον ΆΙΡΑ, εμπειρογνώμονα πρεσβευτή σύμβουλο κύριο Γεώργιο Πολυδωράκη, προϊστάμενο της Υπηρεσίας Διπλωματικού και Ιστορικού Αρχείου του Υπουργείου Εξωτερικών.
Αξιότιμοι κύριοι και κύριοι βουλευτές, σεβασμιότατε, αξιότιμοι κύριοι δήμαρχοι, αξιότιμοι κύριοι και κύριες πρέσβεις και μέλη του Διπλωματικού Σώματος, κυρίες και κύριοι. Εκ μέρους της ελληνικής αντιπροσωπείας στη Διεθνή Συμμαχία για τη Μνήμη του Ολοκαυτώματος, ο ΆΙΡΑ, σας καλωσορίζω στο συνέδριο με θέμα «Καταπολέμηση του αντισημιτισμού και της άρνησης και διαστρέβλωσης του Ολοκαυτώματος στο ψηφιακό πεδίο», το οποίο συνδιοργανώνουμε με τον Δήμο Ιωαννιτών. Η ικανοποίησή μου για την πραγματοποίηση του συνεδρίου, επί από πολλές δυσκολίες και αναβολές, είναι ιδιαίτερη. Η προσπάθεια που κατεβλήθη τόσο από τη δική μας πλευρά, όσο και από την πλευρά του Δήμου ήταν μεγάλη, αλλά είμαστε βέβαιοι.
Postponements is very special. The effort undertaken from our sides and from the side of the municipality will vindicate us. The initial idea lies with the head of the Hellenic delegation to IHRA, Mr. Christodoulos Lazaris, the ambassador. The idea was to organize a conference that would be presented would present the problem of anti-Semitism and the distortion and denial of the Holocaust in the social media, and in which, among other things, the big digital platforms would present their efforts to contain and eradicate this phenomenon. Mr. Elisaf embraced the plan right away, but the pandemic did not allow us to organize the conference within the Hellenic delegation presidency. However, our certainty that this conference would be very important was such that we decided to organize it following the end of the Greek term. Besides, we never questioned the fact that the actions against anti-Semitism and in favor of preserving the remembrance of Holocaust would stop at the end of the Greek presidency. The truth is that we achieved a lot during our term in the sector of education around the Holocaust and the information of the citizens regarding the risk of spreading anti-Semitism and distortion and denial of the Holocaust. I would like to assure you that the presidency for us was just the trigger to continue our battle and our actions with greater impetus, and the organization of this conference proves it. As I said, the initial idea was to present the views of the major companies that manage digital platforms and social media. But since the time we thought about this conference, about 1.5 years ago until today, we have seen in international fora various such presentations. And we have seen that not just in Greece, but in other member countries of IHRA, important new initiatives and actions for facing the phenomenon have developed. So we thought that the conference would be more useful if we included as many of these actions as possible. So the purpose was to start to establish a list of good practices that could be adopted by the educational community, the state, and all the agencies that want to contribute to the battle against anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial and distortion. As you have seen in the agenda, we have the pleasure and the honor to have various good practices from Greece, Europe, Australia, and the USA. I believe that the recording of these good practices will be another tool to fight against anti-Semitism. This is why the Greek delegation to IHRA, right after the conference and the basis of the conclusions, but also based on former good practices, will investigate the possibility to establish a database, an integrated database with the good practices from all over the world, with the use of all the means that our participation to IHRA allows us to do. Before completing my address, allow me to thank especially the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Panagiotis Pikramenos, for his assistance, and of course the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Nikos Dendias, for his support in this endeavor. Of course, I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers from Greece and abroad that have accepted to participate in the conference. It is our great honor and privilege to welcome them to Ioannina. Allow me to say that among them are some of the most dear colleagues in IHRA. Some of the speakers, unfortunately, could not make it to participate with their physical presence in person, but I thank them for their participation through video conference. A special reference and warm thanks I want to address to the other members of the Hellenic delegation, starting with Mrs. Zanet Batinou, the director of the Jewish Museum in Greece, who is a member of the delegation from the very first day, and it is under her guidance that the museum has, for the first time, introduced the Holocaust in education. I want to thank for her assistance, her support, and her guidance throughout the conference, both for the conference but also throughout the Hellenic presidency. It is a great honor for me to work with her. The second member of the delegation, without whom the conference and the delegation would not be successful, is the deputy head of the Greek delegation, Ms. Vasiliki Keramida, who has contributed immensely to the works of the educational group of IHRA during the last 9 years and the shaping of the various educational actions for the Holocaust remembrance in Greece under the guidance of the General Secretary of Religion, Mr. Kalantzis. I also want to thank the other member of the Hellenic delegation, Mr. Leon Saltiel, for his assistance and his willingness to participate and to assist the conference. The support of the other members of the Hellenic delegation who have not been able to make it today is granted, and I thank them. I would also like to thank for their assistance in the practical issues of the organization of this conference my colleagues in the Service of Diplomatic and Historical Archive of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the members of the Municipality of Ioannina. Above all, I would like to express my gratitude to the co-organizer of this conference, the mayor of Ioannina, Mr. Moses Elisaf, without whose contribution this conference would not have taken place. The mayor did not hesitate to provide solutions each time there was a problem or any difficulty, and I'm sure that the conference would not have been integrated and complete on the level of the agenda and the organization. It was an honor for me to work with him. I thank him from the bottom of my heart, and I hope that the conference responds to his expectations. I'm sure that in the future, the Greek delegation to IHRA and the mayor will find opportunities to work again together. Allow me now to call the floor for the opening speech of the conference, Mr. Kalantzis, the Secretary General for Religious Affairs. He has been in this position during the last 11 years, and he has contributed as no one to the shaping of the institutional level of the educational policy around the Holocaust remembrance and fighting anti-Semitism in education. It is no exaggeration to say that without him, the Greek delegation would not have achieved its objectives, and our presence as IHRA, as Greece in IHRA, would not have been so active and successful. Under his guidance and his initiatives, Greece has become a reliable international factor to the shaping of the European and global educational policy for fighting anti-Semitism. Mr. Kalantzis will share with us his thoughts on the present and future of education around the Holocaust in our country, and will remind us some of the most important initiatives of the Ministry of Education on this topic that we are working upon. Secretary General, please take the floor. Thank you.
Your Eminence, Mayor, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, President of the Council of Jewish Communities in Greece, it is difficult to add anything to what has been said. I am very moved by what Mr. Polidorakis has just said. Thank you very much. But the mayor has just reminded me that right across there we have the Ligiades village where German Nazis burned it during the Second World War, and they exterminated its inhabitants. Still, a few years ago, the Golden Dawn political party got 10% of the vote. This is a country where a few years ago, 10% of the population was killed during the war, and a big part of the country's infrastructure was also destroyed. Still, a political party that did not hesitate to use the Hitler signs was able to be elected. This is something that we should not forget, we should not ignore, and we should not underestimate. Thankfully, the Greek people have sent the Golden Dawn to the history garbage, but these people who voted for them are still among us. How is it possible for these people with this history to behave politically in this manner? Before I attempt to reply to this question, let me repeat what the president of the Central Board of Jewish Communities mentioned regarding lies. Over and above the example of whether Greek Jews pay or do not pay tax, I would like to remind you that Minos Moisis, a good friend of mine, has been attacked by the Makelion newspaper, which is a shameful rag. And they were trying to say that Mr. Moisis is responsible because for the fact that Greeks are losing their homes to the banks. Of course, this went into trial, and Mr. Moisis was vindicated. But still, when we had the first wave of the pandemic, and we were looking for the vaccine that would save our lives, there was a front page article about Mr. Bourlas, a Greek Jew from Thessaloniki, saying that the Jewish veterinarian is going to jab us. These are just a few of what is being said, and this was on the front page of newspaper. What is happening in the internet is much, much worse. Of course, the internet is great technology and a great step of progress. But the thing is that these conquests, these progressive steps are being used by people whose organizations are characterized by irrationalism. Antisemitism, as Victor Eliezer just told me, said antisemitism seems to start with the Jews, but it does not only stop with the Jews. Obviously not. But why not? Because at the end of the day, the enemies that these people want to fight against is democracy, rational thought, and free thought. All of us who have grown up in democratic societies, especially in the West, have the tendency to think that rationality is the normal. But the thing is that we should understand it in a long history. Irrationalism has won many battles. What we are experiencing today is reminding us the terrible experience of the change of notions and words. Let me remind you that the Holocaust, as far as wording was concerned, changed the meaning of the words. Euphemisms. Nazis did not describe things with their real names. We have all read the book 1984 by George Orwell. This is what it's trying to show. Right now, we have a war going on, raging in Europe, which has been called a special military operation. Irrationalism is here, was here, and will continue to be with us. And we'll use euphemism as the main instrument against anti-Semitism and democracy. We are against anti-Semitism. There is no, this is non-negotiable. There is no way to accept this. And what we think is that we are claiming the right to continue the way of life for which people have given their lives so that we could enjoy it. And this is democracy. For Europe to enjoy what it is enjoying now, it has gone through 2 world wars. So fighting anti-Semitism has to be clear, without any shadows, and without the least suspicion that or hint that this may be debatable. You are either on one side or on the other. There's no middle situation. In this manner, the Ministry of Education is trying to improve the knowledge of the past. The most successful initiative of the ministry, in my view, in collaboration with the Jewish Museum in Greece, is the organization of the annual competition on the subject of the Holocaust. So children from specific parts of the country in cooperation with the museum, are requested to create a video and tell a story about the Holocaust. The prize for the best videos, which are, of course, uploaded on the internet. We use the internet as well. We don't leave it to the other side only. So the winners are offered an excursion to Auschwitz. There are very few things that have shocked me and have moved me more than listening to these children describing their experience. Then that is a moment where you understand that you have really done something. This is something that will not pass. These children who go there and then return become ambassadors, if I may use the term. They do not forget. They come and they are different from what they were before going. I am very happy that along with the Jewish Museum in Greece, we have organized a program for Greek clerics to visit Yad Vashem. We should not underestimate the religious dimension of anti-Semitism, nor should we forget that religious communities are dealing with this issue in different ways. But what we should bear in mind is that specific groups of our people like students, clerics, and judges, we should not forget a very bad experience we have had in this country. I'm sure you know what I mean. The police people, the security forces, all these people need to be especially informed, because very often that is where hate messages are promoted. Another important initiative by the Ministry of Education that I should mention is that the 27th of January is the day for the Holocaust Remembrance, and the 2 first hours of the school day will be dedicated to the study of the Holocaust. There are other initiatives as well. I don't want to tire you with details. The president of the Central Board of Jewish Communities said that this is not enough. It will always be not enough. It will never be enough. I sometimes feel like Sisyphus. I don't know if you're all familiar with the Greek myth. Sisyphus had been condemned to pull up a stone, which would then immediately go down again, and he would repeat. So the only message that we need to support is that we are going to carry the stone up until the end as many times as it is required. Thank you very much.
We will continue with the first panel of our conference, Problem Identification and Solutions So Far. I would like to inform you that those who attend through YouTube cannot ask questions to the speakers during the discussion. Unfortunately, for reasons of force majeure, Mr. Michael Newman, the moderator of this panel, Chief Executive Association of Jewish Refugees, member of the delegation of the United Kingdom to the IHRA, at the very last moment could not make it to travel to Greece. But we will have him through video conference. Mr. Newman, you have the floor, sir.
Just check you can all hear me okay. Thumbs up? Okay. Thank you for that introduction. Deputy Prime Minister, ministers, Mayor Elisa, ambassadors, colleagues. While it is a great pleasure to be with you this afternoon, I'm only sorry it could not, unfortunately, be in person. But this does allow me to send you greetings from London. COVID was and still is a great disruptor, but I know that the Greek delegation identified two basic priorities for its presidency of the IHRA in 2021. The fight against Holocaust denial and distortion on the internet, and especially on social media. While it was a shame that this gathering was not possible during the time of the Greek presidency, chapeau to all those who have now made this possible. I would like in particular to express personal congratulations to my friend, Mr. Georgios Polidorakis, head of the Greek delegation to the IHRA, for pulling together today's proceedings. And just to expand on the introduction, I am the Chief Executive of the Association of Jewish Refugees, which represents and supports Holocaust refugees and survivors in the UK. The AJR's mission and priority is the provision of social and welfare services to Holocaust survivors and refugees living in Great Britain. We are a partner of the Claims Conference and dispersed welfare aid they've negotiated from the German government, which, alongside our own monies, helps to enable the first generation to live in comfort, dignity, and security. And as the demography of our membership changes, we are also turning our face to ways to engage with and interact with the next generations, and to build connections with those to whom the responsibility to fight anti-Semitism and the memorialization of the Holocaust falls. Alongside this work, we are a leading benefactor of Holocaust education and remembrance programs and projects. We partner with the leading institutions in the UK that research and deliver lessons, exhibitions, and materials. We also develop our own resources, such as our interactive Holocaust map, testimony collections, and our memorialization projects. But as I am conscious this is not a presentation about the AJR, I will limit myself to just sharing the links to these resources in the chat function, so you can explore another time. Suffice to say that these resources, like so many others that colleagues with us today and around the world are building, are the tools and antidotes to fighting anti-Semitism and Holocaust distortion and denial on the digital battlefield. They present the incontrovertible truth and facts about the Holocaust, and above all, the narratives of those who experienced Nazi oppression. They offer contextualized history for us to hear and study in all its complexity. One of my responsibilities is as a member of the UK delegation to the IHRA, where I was previously chair of the Communications Working Group, and I'm now a member of the Museums and Memorial Working Group. One of my biggest responsibilities is to the IHRA, and the IHRA, in case people there and online are not yet familiar with it, is an international intergovernmental organization founded in 1998, which unites governments and experts to strengthen, advance, and promote Holocaust education, research, and remembrance worldwide, and to uphold the commitments of the Declaration of the Stockholm International Forum on the Holocaust. Today, IHRA has 34 member countries, a liaison country, and 7 observer countries. And it is a world authority on matters relating to teaching and learning about the Holocaust and its memorialization. Among its numerous outputs and achievements, IHRA has devised and promulgated working definitions which help codify and articulate some of the key issues with which we grapple. Most notably, and relevant to today's session, are the working definition of anti-Semitism and the IHRA Toolkit Against Holocaust Distortion. And again, for those online, I will post links to those websites, relevant sections of websites in the chat function. It is a source of great pride that the UK was the first country to adopt the working definition of anti-Semitism, which is now used extensively in civil societies around the world, and which has, as described on the IHRA website, empowered many to address this rise in hate and discrimination at their national levels. Meanwhile, the IHRA Toolkit Against Holocaust Distortion is a resource designed to help policy and decision makers and civil society take steps towards recognizing and countering Holocaust distortion. The practical tools, guidance, and example activities it includes empowers leaders to be ambassadors for change in their institutions, governments, and communities. These subjects recur in IHRA pronouncements, the most recent example of which was the 2020 Ministerial Declaration, which notes, "We accept our responsibility as governments to continue working together to counter Holocaust denial and distortion, anti-Semitism, and all forms of racism and discrimination that undermine fundamental democratic principles. We will work closely with experts, civil society, and our international partners to further these goals." Another resource IHRA has developed is a set of guidelines on new media, social media in Holocaust education, which can also inform today's proceedings. To quote from those guidelines, in addition to the general best practices for social media in education, Holocaust educators must give special consideration to vocabulary and historical context because of the nature of the subject. To help us navigate these complex and sensitive subjects, I'm delighted that we will hear from 3 experts in the field who will each focus on a distinct region of the world. Together, our speakers will present their views on the situation of Holocaust distortion and denial and hate speech on the internet today, and the legal and political solutions that have been proposed so far. This session will be split into 2. Shortly, we will hear from 2 speakers focusing on the legal and political solutions, but we will first set the scene with a description of the situation today. And as we have 2 parts to this session, there will be opportunities for you, our audience, to ask questions. Firstly, after Andre, our first speaker, and then after the remarks and presentations from Maria Daniela Maruda and Triantapalos Karantaris. Excuse my pronunciations. And as this is a hybrid event, we will try to toggle between fielding questions from those there in person and the rest of us online. And if you are online, you can also use the chat function. So, to start us off, it is a great pleasure to introduce Andre Obola, founder and chief executive of the Online Hate Prevention Institute, an Australian charity that tackles all forms of online hate, including anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, misogyny, homophobia, anti-Indigenous racism, and the spread of far-right extremism. He previously served as co-chair of the Israeli government's Global Forum for Combating Anti-Semitism. He serves as an expert member of the Australian government's delegation to the IHRA and on IHRA's Committee on Anti-Semitism and Holocaust Denial. And in so doing, he is a fellow IHRA delegate. Andre, I know it's very late, or it may even be very early with you now, so thanks for staying up. And let me now give you the floor to describe the situation today, anti-Semitism and hate speech on the internet, findings, data, and questions.
Thank you very much, Michael. I do apologize to people. I've been sick with a virus, so my voice is not as good as it should be, but we will soldier on. I have some slides which I will share. There we go. So I want to start by just reading the opening section from an article I wrote some time ago. It says, the companies running social media need to invest more of their time, resources, and energy into the fight against online hate. The work against the spread of hate in social media must be seen by companies like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter not as a burden, but as a challenge. I apologise. Over recent years, they have somewhat reluctantly agreed that free speech has its limits. They are starting to see that they have a moral obligation to prevent the powerful tools they've unleashed on society ending up being used for evil. They need, however, to move beyond this and to see the amazing opportunities that they have to help shape our future society as one of tolerance and respect for all. The age of internet exceptionalism is coming to an end. Even if our favourite social media companies want to rise to the challenge, the reality is that advances in their technology and improvements to their services continue and continuously create the need for innovation, adaptation, and improvements to the way online hate must be tackled. Software, processes, and approaches must be constantly under review. In a fast-paced digital world, when they aren't innovating, they're falling behind. This is no less true of the fight against hate than it is of their business more generally. Now, I think this is a very true picture of where we are today. The only problem is this is from an article I wrote almost exactly 10 years ago. So this raises the question, since that time, what's changed? What's the same? And where are we now? And these are the questions that I want to address in this set of remarks to set the scene. Firstly, a quick overview. Some things have improved. Facebook and YouTube now have explicitly banned Holocaust denial. We have the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism. A decade ago, we didn't have that. Major platforms provide regular transparency reporting on how they handle hate speech. White supremacists and some other extremists have been banned from mainstream platforms. There are a range of reports with statistics on online anti-Semitism. A decade ago, we had a large absence of data. And in fact, people were questioning whether getting the data was even possible. There are new laws in some countries that require platforms to act. International government-run conferences, like this one, with a focus on online anti-Semitism, are becoming far more regular. A decade ago, they didn't exist. There have been hearings where platforms have testified in front of members of parliament. I was recently in Washington, DC, where one of these occurred, and the platforms were seriously questioned and grilled. The video of that is available on C-SPAN. Public awareness of the problem is greater now than it's ever been before. All of these are improvements, but just how far do they actually go? Holocaust denial, and particularly Holocaust distortion, can still be found online, even on Facebook and YouTube, who have, as I said, already banned it. The IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism has not been adopted by the technology platforms. Certain aspects of the definition they really struggle with. There are forms of anti-Semitism clearly covered by the working definition, which, if you report it to the major platforms, it will be unlikely to be removed. As technology changes, older anti-Semitic content is being converted, remixed, and given new life. Transparency reporting on hate speech, which I mentioned before, is too generic to be useful for us in this fight. there is no specific data on how anti-Semitic complaints are handled. All we get is a generic hate speech. While we have lots of data, which is a big change, I'm not sure we're measuring the right things or that we really understand the data that is continuously pushed out to us through reports and press releases. We need to understand the data better and how to use it. While there is engagement from the platforms, it's usually at the level of public policy experts and lobbyists, not a discussion with the engineers on how their systems can be improved. We need to break through that political barrier within the technology companies to get to the people who can actually make a difference. While there is more funding than in the past for tackling online anti-Semitism, significant critical work remains critically underfunded. Too often we are putting money in to reinvent the wheel or to try new approaches which will give some sort of play set of data and then be thrown away before we start over again. We need to fund practical monitoring of the online world as we do in the real world. So where are we now? We're still very much at the start of the effort to tackle online anti-Semitism. There is a lot more political will and capital to do so, but we are at the start of the journey. Work on online anti-Semitism, however, is miles ahead of the work tackling any other form of online hate. So we're leading the way, but we're still moving too slowly. Online hate speech in general has gone critical. Our progress is about to be shaken up by new technology. You've heard of the coming of the metaverse. This could reset all the progress we've made. We need to avoid that happening. We need to avoid new technology putting us back to the start of the challenge of working out how the problem of anti-Semitism is manifesting and how we can tackle it. Public sentiment globally is shifting in favour of stronger government regulation against hate speech in general and anti-Semitism in particular. This is a significant change. Research into online hate speech is growing exponentially. I don't wish to overly foreshadow a colleague of mine, but in tomorrow's presentation, Forrest Schull, the immediate past president of the IHRA Computer Society, will share some statistics on the amount of academic research being published on hate speech. And the amount published in the last couple of years is greater than everything that's come before, and it's rising exponentially. So, having given that brief overview, I want to take a little bit of a deep dive. And I'm going to rely on Michael here to tell me when I've spoken too much, and he's good at that. I've served under him on committees before. I think this is important. So I mentioned, and this is again from the summary I've just shared with you, that Holocaust denial, and particularly Holocaust distortion, can still be found even on Facebook and YouTube. Here is an example captured in the last few hours of Holocaust denial on Facebook. The video on the left, and you can see it was uploaded 2017. The video on the left I originally encountered years ago on YouTube. It continues to do the rounds. The content on the right is linking to off-site content promoting Holocaust denial. There's a comment, we don't need to go into the details, but sharing another story of, about Holocaust denial and supporting, supporting anti-Semitism. When we get these posts, we also get these comments. Another comment on the right, again, straight out Holocaust denial. That's Facebook. That's Facebook today. I went to YouTube. I'm sure these gentlemen, if we can be very polite, are well known to you. We don't need to go into their Holocaust denial credentials, but these are two of the key Holocaust deniers. Their opinions and views are shared on YouTube. And yes, we can see this little thing from Encyclopedia Britannica being popped up to give more accurate information about the Holocaust. But to someone looking for Holocaust denial, getting access to it through YouTube, sending them to Encyclopedia Britannica is not going to help, right? They're already beyond that. The only thing we can do with this content is get rid of it. The policy says it shouldn't be there, but it still is. Twitter. Unlike the past posts, these were not just discovered today. These comments are all posted within the last 24 hours. Twitter is an absolute hotbed of all forms of anti-Semitism and other forms of hate and extremism. Again, we don't need to go into the details. Instagram. Further comments, further profiles. Again, Holocaust denial, Holocaust distortion, and content directly promoting the killing of Jews. Okay, so clearly, despite the change in policy, there is still a problem. We have now the IHRA working definition, but as I say, the platforms are not always very good at following it. They haven't adopted it, and they just deal with the anti-Semitism they're willing to recognise and refuse to act on the anti-Semitism they won't. Here's some extracts from an article published by a student magazine in Australia in August. The recent bloodshed in Palestine represents what Zionism is: a military occupation, a colonial project, a Western capitalist endeavour, and ethnic cleansing in practice. Now, to my view, that quote alone breaches the IHRA definition. It is defining Zionism in a way that presents Zionism as being a form of racism and uses it to deny the Jewish people their right to a state. If that wasn't explicit enough, the article goes on to say, as long as Israel exists, then the genocide and occupation of Palestine will exist. The solution to achieve peace and bring forth justice for Palestine is to demand the abolition of Israel. Free Palestine and death to Israel. It's pretty explicit. I contacted Medium, the platform that hosted this student magazine, and managed to get the article pulled. The response was the author reposted it to Facebook with images of the full text of the article. I contacted Facebook and they removed the article. I note that in their posting here, we've also got a glory to the Intifada, glory to the resistance. We've got a repetition of that bit about Zionism that I explained was anti-Semitic before. What we can see from this is that new anti-Semitic content is still being produced and distributed online. I don't think that's ever going to end. At least some organisations fighting anti-Semitism have good contacts with online platforms and are able to speak to real people and get results some of the time. This is important. The post to the right, the original post on Facebook, right, which now links to an error page because the article it linked to has been removed by Medium. This post, which again includes that quote on Zionism, includes a glory to the Intifada, a glory to the resistance. This post, according to Meta, was not in breach of their policy. And again, I've explained why I believe this is not only anti-Semitic under the IHRA definition, I believe this is also incitement to extremism. So even if the platforms adopt the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism, there would still be cases where expertise is needed to understand the nature of the anti-Semitism, coded language being used, etc. As technology changes, older anti-Semitic content gets converted, remixed, and given new life. Here's another case study. Yesterday, I needed to test some software. I needed a video on YouTube promoting blood libel. It took me 5 minutes to find such a video. Now, the good news is it used to take me about 5 seconds. So, okay, there's a little bit less blood libel on YouTube than there used to be, but it can still be found. Again, I don't think we need to go into the details here. This is classic anti-Semitism, saying Jews are using the blood of Christian children to bake matzot, etc. It also includes some white supremacy, saying white children are still disappearing. The video then promotes an anti-Semitic book. The book, Jewish Ritual Murder, a Historic Investigation, was published in Germany during the war. 15 editions were published between 1933 and 1934, and in 2001, An English translation was published online. In 2007, it became a printed book published by a Holocaust denial white supremacist publisher. In 2017, a new edition was released. It's available through the Internet Archive. Not only is it available, but it's part of a list of books and documents that expose the hidden truth of Jewish ritual murder. When the Internet Archive is archiving and making easily available collections of content promoting blood libel as fact, we have a problem. 4, while we have a lot of data, which is a big change, I'm not sure that we are measuring the right things or really understand the data and how to use it. So the crowdsourcing approach, 2016, many of you have seen me present this before, we collected about 2,000 items, me and my team, across Facebook, YouTube and Twitter, and we monitored them over 10 months. You can see the spread between 4 major types of anti-Semitism. You can see the removal rates below. You can see that on YouTube, for example, new anti-Semitism related to Israel, 96% of it stayed online 10 months later. Only 4% was removed. Okay, but if you look across these numbers, what you can really see is that there's a whole lot of variety. There's variety if you look down the columns on how different platforms handle the same type of anti-Semitism, and there's variety across the columns in terms of how the same platform happens to react to removing different forms of anti-Semitism. We can also see that the prevalence of the different flavors of anti-Semitism varies by platform. So what do we learn from this 2016 work? Different flavors of anti-Semitism occur more readily on different platforms. Platforms have different levels of effectiveness at recognizing and removing different flavors of anti-Semitism. Being ineffective at removing a particular flavor of anti-Semitism means that the content stays online longer and the platforms become more attractive for people promoting that sort of content. A significant amount of what people report was not understood by the platform even after they reviewed it. We sent them the data, at least YouTube and Twitter. They reviewed it and they said, no, this content doesn't breach our rules. Today, more of that content is in breach of their rules. They're getting better, but we don't have any comparative data to really show that. Nowadays, there's a lot of artificial intelligence approaches.
Andre?
There are a number of ways this is done. For example, we can find... Yep, almost done.
Sorry, just to give you a 2-minute warning.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So one example is to gather, for example, all of the tweets over 12 months that mention Jew, Jewish, etc., work out how many of them are hostile. We could do something similar, gathering all of the blood libel content, etc., and get just a count of how much of it there is. A problem with an approach like that, here is a video taken from, which one was it? From Jordanian TV, but published to YouTube by memory. It is anti-Semitic content published in order to combat anti-Semitism. Should such content be on social media? Should it be removed? Do we count it? Who knows? We need answers to these questions. There's a number of other approaches with AI, but there's also a lot of problems with this. The automated searches find content no one is seeing. They miss content that is more creative in its expression. Whatever we find with the AI, the platforms should be finding first, and there's high error rates. I want to move on because I just want to show you 2 other approaches. The ADL came up with a structured response. They asked whether platforms had, trusted flaggers. They sent just a couple of items to each platform to see if they removed it. From what you saw from the 2016 data, you need a much larger sample to get a real response. The problem with this sort of approach is it actually gives the inverse of what I'd regard as the real response. Twitter is by far the biggest purveyor of anti-Semitic content, yet it gets the highest rating. This is not good. We also have the Decoding Anti-Semitism project, which takes another approach. They look at certain topics and then look at the social media and online sites of mainstream media organisations and how people are commenting, and they assess all the comments. This gives a much better view. Here's an example from a report that they've just published within the last few days, and you can see a number of the incidents that they looked at, and a graph on the right from their work showing the different flavours of anti-Semitism which they're detecting. This is a much better approach to get current data, but again, it's focusing on newspapers and responses to them. So we have a number of challenges. We need better transparency from the platforms. In the absence of that, we need to collect more data ourselves. We are, again, I say, at the start of tackling this problem. There's a lot more we need to do. We need to work together. We need to fund it. And we need to make sure that we work collectively. Thank you, and I'll welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Andre, and for persisting. Well, I'll let the applause go first. I couldn't hear the applause, but I saw people briefly clapping their hands, so thank you very much for that. And well done for persevering, notwithstanding your virus. I'm sure in the nicest way people are delighted that you and I are not there with them. So thank you for that really fascinating oversight and setting the scene. You're right, these are some things that I have seen before from presentations I know you've given at IHRA and other gatherings. It doesn't diminish in any way how worrying and prevalent this problem is. But I think seeing it particularly set out like that, and especially with graphs and statistics, sort of illustrates the depth of the problem and the growing nature of the problem. And I'm sorry to have cut you a bit short, although I know you managed to get through all the slides just about. I can't see the audience there, but if perhaps somebody in the room could direct me to whether anybody has any questions, I'd be grateful.
Hello. Is it open? Είναι ανοιχτό? Ναι? Okay.
So on my,
Hello.
so anyone happy? Hello.
My name is Katarina. I'm a teacher in the area of Epirus, in the city of Arta. I just hear that there are policies on Facebook and Twitter. But since I'm a teacher in high school, the new generation are not dealing a lot with Facebook. They are dealing a lot with TikTok. And the new trend for the children and the adolescents is the TikTok. Because I'm a teacher, I download myself the TikTok so I will know what is that. And saying you the truth, a lot of nights I've been awake because of the TikTok. It's addicted. And I don't think there is any something that can be controlled, the antisemitism in the TikTok. So this is my question. Thank you.
Andre, did you pick all that up? It's a question about TikTok. I'll leave it with you to answer. Yeah.
Okay. So I have been at a number of meetings recently. Yeah, we go. I have been at a number of meetings recently where TikTok have been present. TikTok were present in Washington, D.C. at the hearings recently. At one level, TikTok is more engaging than the other platforms. They are newer, so they've started from a more willing position to deal with these issues. On the other hand, they are new. So they're slowly developing their tools, processes, etc. There is certainly anti-Semitic content, Holocaust denial content, etc. on TikTok. We do have contacts able to respond, but you know, we've seen right-wing extremists trying to get onto TikTok to radicalize people, young people. We've seen Holocaust denial content moving onto TikTok. It's a problem we need to address. This is at the one end. At the other end, we've also got the growth of what's called minimally moderated platforms, platforms like Gab. These are platforms that make absolutely no effort to prevent anti-Semitism and hate speech. In fact, they explicitly are welcoming towards it. And we see a lot of people who have moved, a lot of the people that are susceptible to anti-Semitism are moving onto more of these platforms. So we end up with environments with a much greater concentration of anti-Semitism. Just prior to the Ukraine situation, I was at an anti-Semitism conference in Moscow. And at that conference, I presented on anti-Semitism across a range of gaming platforms as well. And even there, we're seeing usernames with anti-Semitism. We're seeing virtual environments that are being built to replicate concentration camps, to replicate death camps. We're seeing people using the platforms to, role play being Nazis, to role play carrying out attacks on Jews. These are problems which are going to increase as the technology changes more towards the metaverse. And we have to work out how we deal with that. How do we deal with anti-Semitism? We struggle at the moment. Most of our approaches are geared towards text. We struggle with images, with video. What are we going to do with commentary and actions that are carried out in real time in a virtual environment where after the incident there is no record? How do we deal with that? These are the challenges we have going forward. And again, to go back to the speaker, it really is going to be children, particularly those in the early years of high school, who are going to be, on the front line receiving a lot of this anti-Semitism. Our university students have it tough, but in the online environment, it's much younger students that are, particularly under threat.
Thank you, Andre. Again, I have to ask colleagues in the room if there are other questions.
There is. I'd like to ask a question, but the microphone doesn't work. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I'll talk as loud as I can. What you said seems to me that it's up to Facebook and Twitter themselves what they do and what they don't do. Isn't there any legal, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Sibylla Bendig. I'm a German diplomat here in Greece, in Thessaloniki. Yes, this is a terrible problem, and it has to be tackled. But if you leave it up to those who post the anti-Semitic things, then I see the problem.
Yep. So, as you know, Germany has got laws now which hold the companies accountable if they don't take positive action quickly enough. So, this is a change in the last few years. This is the net law. Other countries have similar laws in other areas. The problem is, how do we get the data to know if the companies are in breach or not? That's the challenge. And when there is content online, how do we know if the content is within the jurisdiction of a particular country or not? Now, if Facebook, in Germany, Facebook removes content that breaches German law. Facebook's policies are subservient to the law of the land. And that's as it should be. But other countries don't have laws that put that accountability on the platform. I think we're going to see more of that in the future, but that's going to create conflicts as well. How do we know which item of content should be prosecuted by which country. Okay, and again, my view is that the model isn't about individual items leading to a fine. The model is one similar to environmental protection. A certain level of anti-Semitism or a certain amount of time to respond is reasonable. Where platforms should get penalised is when they cross the threshold, when the measurements show that the volume of anti-Semitism and the speed and effectiveness in responding to it is not acceptable. Now, one of the problems we have, you saw in the ADL slides that they give points for having a trusted flagger system. The problem with a trusted flagger system is too many of the companies work on the assumption that whatever their rules say is a breach of policy is correct. So if an NGO reports things that they decide, the platform decides the content doesn't breach their policy, the NGO can eventually lose their trusted flagger status, which disincentivizes them to report things that they think the company won't react correctly to. So effectively, we end up with civil society that is doing the monitoring, gagging themselves. We end up with the people who are trying to counter anti-Semitism being the ones whose free speech is taken away through self-censorship. This is one of the problems. I mentioned that I think, or maybe I skipped over it in my slides, we need to have much better data from the platforms, but we also need the data on the things that people have reported. We need people, when they report something, to be able to say, this is a report of anti-Semitic content. And at the end of the year, we need to know how many items of content were reported as anti-Semitic content, how many were removed by the platform, and we need to know what the items were that weren't removed. And we need that data to be able to go to experts. And yes, some of it will be misreporting, but we need the experts to be the people that make the assessment on how much of that is actually a false negative, how much of that should have been understood as anti-Semitic by the platform and wasn't, and was continuously rejected until the end of the year. That's the content we need to address. And I'm not sure finding platforms for the difficult cases is the right response, but we certainly need to make sure that they're educated and that in those difficult cases they learn and they don't continue to make the same mistakes in assessing that sort of example. And if they do, at that point, maybe fines and other regulatory mechanisms become appropriate. Right now, I don't think the platforms are going to give us the statistics and the data we need. It would require re-engineering their product. If they did it for anti-Semitism, then surely they would need to do it for all sorts of other types of hate as well. And I think, yes, they should, but they'll bring that up as an excuse. So that brings us back to where we were in 2016. It brings us back to the point where we need to gather our own data, but we need to do it collectively. We need to stop having 100 different projects, most of them gathering data just using artificial intelligence and potentially gathering the same data. We need to make sure that the public are reporting the anti-Semitism they see, and that data is made available to the experts, and that we monitor how all of the platforms respond to things that have been, we've been notified about. We need to know how effective they are at removing the content, and we need to know what sorts of content they're failing to remove.
Thank you, Andre. I think what we'll do is we're going to give your voice a rest for a bit. But if anybody else has questions there, perhaps if you could hold on to them, because I want to move on to our other two speakers and then bring back Andre, as I said, afterwards for Q&A at the end, together with the two other presenters. It did, though, occur to me as you were describing, Andre, going one by one to content, to platforms, asking them to remove, and they were moving content from one platform to another. I was thinking, and it's ironic, of the Greek connection, but the analogy of Sisyphus rolling that boulder up the hill, a constant process of targeting, identifying, and then asking companies to remove content. It is literally a never-ending exercise.
So Michael, if I can just comment on that, That's why we don't want to make governments responsible for notifying platforms of individual items, because that outsources the cost of cleaning up the rubbish on these platforms to the public purse. That must be avoided at all costs. What we need to do is have ways of measuring the problem so that when platforms are falling below our expectations, at that point, we can recoup the money through fines. And I think at that point, it becomes manageable, because the problem of tackling the continuous flow of anti-Semitic content, that is the problem of the platforms. And if they can have the equally Herculean challenge of extracting money from advertising from all these people all over the world who are seeing all these different items of content, they can match that with the equal effort to remove the problematic content. At that level, it's not unreasonable. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I'm bowing to the experts that we have with us on our panel, so thank you for that. But let's move on, because we do have, as I said, our other speakers. But thank you, Andre, thank you very much. And also to those who asked questions. And I said, please hold your questions. We will come back for a Q&A part 2 shortly. So our next speaker begins part 2 of our session. As I said, we'll bring back the questions at the end. I'm delighted to introduce Maria Daniela Maruda. She's the chair of the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, ECRI, part of the Council of Europe. Maria is the Jean Monnet Chair and Associate Professor in International and Humanitarian Law and Director of the European Training and Research Centre on Human Rights and Humanitarian Action at the Pantheon University. And Maria will be making a presentation on ECRI efforts, and specifically the revised General Policy Recommendation number 9 on preventing and combating anti-Semitism, particularly the section focusing and addressing on Holocaust denial and distortion and Holocaust remembrance. And in so doing, she will present a few examples and recommendations. Professor Maruda, I now pass you the microphone.
Thank you very much, Michael, and congratulations for the organization of such an important event. To the Greek IHRA delegation, and especially Georgios Polidorakis, as well as Mayor Elisa, who is a constant inspiration on the fight against anti-Semitism and the role of local authorities in that respect. And I'm really sorry that a family health emergency, not a personal one, but a family health emergency that is ongoing currently, prevented me from joining you all in person. I still hope we can work together in the near future on this common goal in the fight against anti-Semitism. Let me begin before actually presenting our GPR as ECRI with 2 reactions for the discussion that was just made a few minutes ago, because it's important, I think, to feed into this discussion, because Andrea raised important points and the questions as well. And I would like to give 3 very brief remarks. Firstly, the importance of prevention and education and the youth. We have not worked so much in the Council of Europe in connection to ECRI in the past in that respect. We were mostly focusing on laws, on how to address law enforcement sanctions, and in the last years we have turned much more to education and prevention. So with the question posed by a teacher on TikTok, this became even more important to mention at the outset, because what we have seen as very important in these last years is youth activists presenting and countering a TikTok hate speech message on anti-Semitism. So having this youth activist immediately responding, it seems to be much more clever as an approach rather than waiting for sanctions that will come, but will take some time. The second remark is on the importance of self-regulation. So again, platforms, media organizations, journalists, even a parliament with a code of conduct having self-regulation of countering hate speech, addressing hate speech, is many times very important and crucial. And the third point, when sanctions are indeed imposed and there is a court case going on, how you communicate this is very important. Otherwise, you create heroes suddenly of those that are sanctioned, etc., etc. So I would like to immediately put these three items, let's say, on the table, and now turn to my initial presentation on the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance. We are a monitoring body, meaning that we take the pulse of racism and intolerance of the now 46 member states of the Council of Europe. We have done so for about 27 years already. And during these years, we decided that it was high time to revisit our general policy recommendation on addressing and combating anti-Semitism. We decided this in 2019 during our 25th anniversary, because one of the issues that was really concerning was online anti-Semitism. This was new, and we had to find ways of better addressing it and finding better recommendations, smarter, as we call them, recommendations to governments and local authorities on how they can better address it. So this for us was a priority. We adopted our revised GPR in July 2021 and call on European governments to give high priority to the fight against all forms and new forms of anti-Semitism. The trend of increased hate speech and violence, including terrorist attacks against Jews and Jewish communities and institutions in Europe for so many years, prompted IHRA already in 2004 to create first standards we call general policy recommendations on the fight against anti-Semitism. When we revised this GPR from 2004, we seek to provide guidance to member states in areas much broader than before of, one, policy coordination, prevention and education, protection of Jews and Jewish communities and institutions, and then law enforcement and prosecution of all manifestations of anti-Semitism in Europe. Now, to prevent the spread of anti-Semitism, including contemporary forms, whether it is manifested openly or in a coded manner, and this was excellently presented already by Andrea, so I'm not going to repeat the examples he already put forward. Governments of the now 46 Council of Europe member states should take measures at all administrative levels, together with a wide range of factors: political, legal, social, religious actors, educational authorities, and I'm very happy that we have heard Secretary General Kalantzis in that respect as a keynote speaker, and cultural sectors. Although IHRA's general policy recommendations are addressed to national authorities of Council of Europe member states, we always emphasize that preventing and combating anti-Semitism should be understood as a responsibility of all members of society. As IHRA, we strongly emphasize the role of education, including education about the Holocaust, in promoting tolerance and respect for human rights, and this should be included in the school curriculum. And thus, the struggle against anti-Semitism and prevention and education is crucial. Anti-Semitic conspiracy theories related to many different societal issues are still widespread today. And we have seen that during the COVID-19 pandemic. The increased spread of anti-Semitic hatred online, including through social media networks, is, as we have seen, of particular concern. Furthermore, and this I would like to stress, and we should never forget it, whenever tensions arise in the wake of any renewed violence in the Middle East and the Middle East conflict, sweeping generalizations against all Jews and anti-Semitic violence are also on the rise in Europe. IHRA points out that all too often insufficient emphasis is placed on the need to distinguish between legitimate criticism of the actions of Israel, to the extent that it is held to the same standards as any other state, violating possibly international law, and the public expression of racism and hatred against Jewish people in general, which is part of anti-Semitism. Contemporary forms of anti-Semitism also include attempts to delegitimize the right of Israel to exist, including calls for its destruction, as pointed out, for example, by the UN Secretary General already in 2018. As IHRA, however, we strongly emphasize in our general policy recommendation that any attempts to stifle or stigmatize as anti-Semitic legitimate criticism of Israel and its policies, particularly towards the Palestinian people, and in the context of the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories, will jeopardize efforts to combat anti-Semitism and should therefore be rejected. In this context, IHRA recommends that Council of Europe member states should take into account the working definition of anti-Semitism of IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. It is a non-legal tool, but we use it to better understand and identify expressions of anti-Semitism, including contemporary forms as outlined as well in IHRA's opinion of the working definition of IHRA. So when we were drawing up our revised GPR, number 9, we conducted an extensive consultation process with all Jewish communities, with national coordinators for the fight against anti-Semitism, with international organizations, including the IHRA, and with academics. All these inputs constituted valuable contributions and were much appreciated. Now, there is a special section in our GPR on Holocaust denial and distortion, and on Holocaust remembrance. IHRA's revised GPR specifically refers to Holocaust denial in part 2, paragraph 16 to 20. We note there that attempts to deny or intentionally distort the reality of the Holocaust seek to minimize the crimes of the National Socialists and their collaborators, to rehabilitate racism and anti-Semitism, to prolong the trauma suffered by the victims and their families, to deny their identity as victims, and promote ideologies that invite genocide and crimes against humanity. IHRA had noticed during many of our country monitoring visits, and this has been confirmed by a number of consultation partners during the revised GPR, that while outright Holocaust denial is still a problem, in some cases, distortion of the Holocaust is much more widespread and growing as a phenomenon. IHRA notes that the European Court of Human Rights has held that Holocaust denial is not protected by the European Convention on Human Rights. In the case Pastors versus Germany, for example, one of the several cases brought before the court where applicants had unsuccessfully pleaded that the right to freedom of expression was violated, the court in 2019 unanimously judged that the applicant had intentionally stated untruths in order to defame the Jews and the persecution they had suffered. And we specifically mentioned this court case in our GPR. Already in 2007, the UN General Assembly condemned without any reservation any denial of the Holocaust and urged all member states unreservedly to reject any denial of the Holocaust as a historical event, either in full or in part, or any activities to this end. And we refer to this especially in our GPR. Furthermore, IHRA refers to the additional protocol to the 2003 Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime. This binding instrument requires state parties to prosecute Holocaust denial if the offense is committed with the intent to incite hatred, discrimination, or violence online. IHRA also refers to the 2008 European Union Framework Decision. In my opinion, this framework decision needs revision. We need to adopt a new one in the European Union in that respect. But already this requires member states concerned to punish hate speech and the public condoning of denial or gross trivialization of crimes of genocide, including the Holocaust, as criminal offenses. IHRA especially welcomes the IHRA working definition of Holocaust denial and distortion agreed in 2013, which provides context in which distortion appears and clarifies what it is meant by the terms. In addition, IHRA also refers to the IHRA 2021 document, How to Recognize and Counter Holocaust Distortion, recommendations for policy and decision makers, and we included this reference in our GPR. In this context, it might also be worth mentioning that the chair of IHRA's working group on preventing and combating anti-Semitism, my colleague, Mr. Michael Wine from the UK, has been working with IHRA on a major research project on Holocaust denial, which is currently being prepared. IHRA also puts particular emphasis on the need for Holocaust remembrance. On the paragraphs 21 to 24 of our GPR, it refers to the founding of the Council of Europe after the Second World War and the duty of all its member states to not only remember the Holocaust, but also to help preserve and safeguard Jewish heritage sites, which are a testimony to the long tradition of Jewish life in Europe. This is taken up again in our specific recommendations to the governments of the Council of Europe member states, where we also include a strong emphasis on education. Examples are the importance of regulating internet companies, including social media networks, telecom operators, and internet service providers in order to establish effective systems to monitor and stop anti-Semitic hate speech online, in line with international human rights standards, promote learning about Jewish life and Jewish history, as well as the positive contribution of Jewish persons, communities, and culture to European societies, also but taking into account Jewish heritage sites wherever this is relevant. This is part of paragraph 16 of our GPR. To promote learning about the Holocaust and the developments leading up to it within schools, in education in general, and ensure that teachers are adequately trained in order to address this issue in a matter whereby pupils and students also reflect about and upon current dangers and how the recurrence of such events can be prevented. This is where we can talk about TikTok videos, about countering hate speech, and the best way to approach these issues. Officially commemorate 27th of January as International Holocaust Remembrance Day, as recommended by the initiative of the Ministers of Education of the Member States of the Council of Europe already in October 2002, and the Resolution 60/7 of the General Assembly of the United Nations of November 2005. In this connection, it should be noted that the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe underlined the importance of passing on remembrance of the Holocaust in the new recommendation on the matter addressed to Member States in March 2022. The organization's executive organ considers inter alia that efforts should be made to make pupils and learners aware of the need to become informed internet users, capable of the necessary objectivity when faced with the numerous forms of manipulation encountered on social media. In its revised GPR number 9, ECRI also issues a set of recommendations concerning prosecution and law enforcement. This would be part 3, section D. It recommends inter alia to ensure that criminal law covers anti-Semitism and penalizes the following anti-Semitic acts when committed intentionally. This would be paragraph 43. The list contains a total of 15 such acts. I will only refer to 2 of them today. Point K, the public glorification, denial, distortion, trivialization, justification, or condoning of the Holocaust. And point L, the public glorification, denial, distortion, trivialization, justification, or condoning of, with an anti-Semitic aim of crimes of genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crimes committed against persons on the grounds of their actual or presumed Jewish identity or origin. These are just some examples of the 52 recommendations we have in our revised GPR that addresses the different aspects related to preventing and combating anti-Semitism, and of course, clearly tackling Holocaust denial and distortion and ensuring Holocaust remembrance are only important elements in these efforts. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to discuss any questions in that respect.
Thank you very much, Professor Maruda, for that very comprehensive overview, and interesting to see what action is being taken. Now, apologies because I don't see the audience there, but I believe Dr. Karantrantos is there. I hope he's there because I don't see him on my screen. And I assume he's then making his way to the podium. So perhaps while he's doing that, I will try and segue from Professor Maruda to introduce our final contributor to this session. And I'm very pleased then to introduce, and you'll have to forgive me for the no doubt wrong pronunciation, Dr. Triantafylos Karantrantos, an international relations, European security and new threats expert. He is a research fellow in radicalization, terrorism, policing models, security and foreign policy at the Hellenic Institute for European and Foreign Policy, and security policy advisor to the Minister of State responsible for the coordination of governmental politics. He will be outlining policies to prevent and counter anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial at the national and international level, with a focus on initiatives and policies implemented in Greece to prevent and counter anti-Semitism, with an emphasis on online dimension. As well as this, we'll be focusing on threats and risks linked to or influenced by anti-Semitism, such as far-right violent extremism, hate speech, and racist crimes. Dr. Karantrantos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's easier to call me Akis, actually. It's an international nickname in order to avoid torturing colleagues, moderators, or even non-Greek speakers trying to pronounce my difficult name and surname. So although you are succeeded a lot, so it's easier to call me Akis. Thank you very much. I will definitely use the privilege of the last speaker, and I will not avoid the temptation to comment a little bit on the very interesting discussion about the online dimension of anti-Semitism and the linkages with different forms of extremism. I don't want to be pessimistic, to be honest, but the problem is much more complex than the very interesting and very viable contribution from Andrea about the social media. The online dimension is not only social media, hopefully. It's also about the closed platforms, so there is no regulation there. Just to give you an example, during the conflict in Ukraine, after the invasion of Russia, the use of the platform for information is Telegram. Telegram is the most famous channel for communication between jihadist terrorists, for example. So the European Union, US, and the major institutions are trying to regulate the concept between those closed platforms, and it is not only Telegram, but there are numerous encrypted platforms and closed platforms that are weapons of communication and channels for further dissemination. So there, the situation is much more difficult than Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or even TikTok. And also, we're still discussing about the 10% of the visible online space. There is also the dark web, the deep web, where there is the most fertile ground for conspiracy theories and for extremists to communicate. Also, I would like to point out the very excellent comment from Andre about the gaming machines. So gaming machines is actually the main communication channel for many, many violent right-wing extremists and terrorists and also jihadist terrorists. So they are communicating, they're exchanging their propaganda through those platforms. So it is extremely difficult to regulate all those things. And it is not only about regulation. I will agree with Professor Maruda that we still focus on prevention. Actually, the problem is that there are not only difficulties to identify the content because they are using smart content. It is the need to tackle what Secretary General Skalagis said before, raising the concept of the Greek citizens of the Golden Dawn, for example. Why we have so many Greek people voting this party, although they have a clear understanding and knowledge about this party, about this criminal organization with the Nazist ideology. So the attractiveness of those theories, the attractiveness of those hate speech campaigns, it is the most important thing. And to be honest, and I will not again say to be pessimistic, it is much more difficult. We're trying to conduct this exercise within the European Union, for example, about terrorism for years. We're trying to fight the battle in the online dimension. It is not easy because we are using a very hatred but attractive language. It is not easy to convince a people who is vulnerable or who is radicalized or who is believing on hate speech, who is believing on the denial of the Holocaust or the anti-Semitism with, for example, campaigns said only that we need to strengthen democracy. We need to avoid any intolerance. We need to avoid stigmatization. But the essence of their propaganda, the essence of their problematic understanding of the world is propaganda. So we need to conduct what we're trying in Europe for years to disseminate counter-narratives, but not only general counter-narratives about democracy. Yes, the main thing is to enhance democracy and to promote democracy, but it is not easy to speak their language. And that's the more difficult and tempting thing, to create attractive counter-narratives, especially for the young people, because they don't have the understanding. They're not capable to identify the truth behind it. They are jumping within an ocean of conspiracy theories. And this is very, very, very difficult. Before 2 years, I have a discussion in Madrid, in Spain, with some colleagues from the Swedish intelligence agency and the counter-terrorism police of Madrid, telling me that when trying to find a way to map conspiracy theories, to map all those networks that are motivated from those theories in order to create some policies to counter. We have an understanding about jihadist networks, we have an understanding about far-right networks, we have an understanding about anarchist networks, but conspiracy theories and lone actors, so someone out there who is reading in a dark web place that the Holocaust is not truth, is not existence, and the many conspiracy theories due to the pandemic. Pandemic was a new catalyst again for Holocaust and anti-Semitism. And this is really bad, because we have not only the winners of the pandemic mobilization online, which are the far-right organizations, but also the jihadist terrorist organizations targeting Jewish people and targeting Israel also about the concept of the pandemic situation. And that's very difficult. And to be honest, because we usually talk about the far-right organizations and how anti-Semitism is part of their hateful ideology. It's not only them. The geopolitical weaponization of Israel and the conflict with the Palestinians is actually part of the essence of other violent organizations, either jihadists or even far-left organizations. So the geopolitical dimension, actually the stereotype and manipulation of the policy of Israel, it is also part of these hateful narratives. So it is very difficult to find the balance between the need for regulation. Of course we need regulations, and there are initiatives at global, at European level that are trying to put on the same table the companies, the facilitators, and also the states and the civil society. For example, the Internet Forum within the European Union is working in this dimension, and they have numerous meetings with the major providers, the companies of social media, for example, and other online companies as Google and other internet providers, for example. But it is not easy to convince them, and also it is not easy to tackle what we usually describe as the soft dimension of anti-Semitism. Okay, we can easily identify and take down, for example, a post that is obvious, that is presenting a misidea about the Holocaust or is spreading hate about the Jewish people as the typical anti-Semitic concept. But there are numerous soft propaganda material that are online, and it is very difficult to identify them and to handle them. And this is also a very important dimension. So apart from this, and it is also important to link this situation with what we are describing as the online culture, the youth culture, an underdog culture about the anti-elite dimension. And for many of them, Israel is linked with what they are described as the global conspiracy, blah, 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 or something like that. So it is behind everything, to be honest, according to their propaganda material. So the case of the pandemic is an example. So they blame Israel for spreading the virus, they blame Israel for creating the vaccines, they're blaming Israel for everything. Anyway, it's a very big discussion, but it is difficult to provide them an accurate and attractive, and I will focus on attractive, narrative. And this is very difficult, because they are working, they are daily activating and engaging in an environment that is full of hatred, that is full of propaganda, that is full of fake news. They are around fake news. And I totally agree with Andrei that it is very important, the smart technologies and the evolution of the social media environment, which provides them with many opportunities to be more attractive. That's why the right-wing extremist and terrorist organizations are using in a very productive for them, hopefully, way, games, online games, and every channel. So, talking, and I will conclude with a few points about policies. So, if we want to map the different initiatives about combating anti-Semitism and the denial of the Holocaust, we should try to find the different umbrellas of initiatives that are parts and different bits and bytes of policies against anti-Semitism and the denial of Holocaust. We have policies, as Professor Maruda said before, about hate speech, hate crime, intolerance. This is a very big branch and strand of policies. We have also initiatives within policies to counter and prevent different forms of violent extremism that has in their essence the concept of anti-Semitism. So we're talking about prevention of radicalization, and we have numerous working groups within the European Union at different levels, at the Council, at the European Commission, outside the European Commission, working with the civil society, that we're trying to discuss the online dimension, the dimension of how hate crime and anti-Semitism is the most important concept of hate crime, unfortunately, and of propaganda, is feeding different forms of extremism. Anti-Semitism is also part of youth empowerment and youth enhancement and youth awareness about the essence of democracy and about the people that are hating democracy, because yes, it is an issue of democracy, it is an issue of open society. So to recognize that are people with different states, with different religions, with different ideas, with different understandings, and that's the essence of democracy at the end of the day. So it is a very complex group, and we can identify this complexity in policy making within the Greek case. Secretary General Kaladzis previously described the work of the Secretary General for Religious Affairs, for example, which is one of the main important players within the Greek political system in designing and implementing policies and initiatives, mainly through education and then raising the awareness at different levels. So education is very, very, very important part of work. In general, the Ministry of Education and the Secretariat, the General Secretariat for Religious Affairs. We have also the strand of combating racism and hate speech, which is part mainly of the work of the Ministry of Justice, with the action plan for racism, combating racism and intolerance and hate crime. We have also the work of the Ministry of Citizen Protection of the Hellenic Police. There is coming the law enforcement dimension. So there are the dedicated units of countering racist violence units that are handling all those different issues, covering from anti-Semitism and any forms of racism to right-wing violent extremism, and sometimes they are jumping in, so there are also other respective entities as the counterterrorism unit dealing with the terrorist cases. And what is missing in this machinery, which is productive, but I will agree that there are still many things that we have to develop further. And it is, for me, very important, the announcement of the Vice President of the government for the action plan, because it will be an initiative, it will be an architecture that will connect all those dots, and it will create more space for what is still missing. Although there are initiatives as this here, with the presence and the hospitality of the mayor of Ioannina, so it is very important, the local dimension. We cannot organize successful prevention initiatives and campaigns without the local dimension. We need to mobilize local authorities, all the local authorities in this dimension, and this is a very important issue. Also the civil society, so without the civil society organization, without mass media, we cannot disseminate the message. We cannot disseminate and we cannot reach the audience with an attractive way. So there are best practices, there are important and charming and attractive initiatives from the private sector. So there are ideas that if we want to try to reach someone spending his whole day on a game machine playing action shooting games that are shooting against Jews or other forms of racist violence, for example, you need to develop something like that. So we have examples, especially in the case of prevention of Islamist terrorism, where there are figures, there are online figures that are trying to spreading the message that this is not the truth, that this is not what is happening, so this is not what is Islam said about Israel and things like that. So gamification is a very, very useful mean to reach those audiences, and especially youth people, in these very, very sensitive and difficult issues, as I said before. So sometimes it is more attractive to develop an online game than convincing, for example, President Macron to deliver a speech about anti-Semitism, which is a very important issue in France, for example. So that's why we need to expand our work. That's why we need to create a coalition with the private sector, with the civil society, with the universities. We need more research. I totally agree with Andre. So it is so spreading, and it is that fast, the evolution within the technology and the use of this technology from one platform to another platform. And we can discuss for days about other scenes very important, as the music scene, for example, which is part of this underdog culture, or about cinema, or about movies. So this is very, very important situation. And with these words, I want to thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karantratos. I thank you. That was very, very fascinating, and again, a very important overview of what's happening in this field. So together, we've heard about the problems and how they manifest, and some of the ways that they are being addressed and combated. And as you heard, we've also heard from speakers with, albeit of different regional focus, but of course, when it comes to social media, there are no borders. So thank you, all three of you, for your comments and your presentations. We do have some time for questions. So if I can ask you to, either you can say your name at the beginning, but if you have a specific question for one of the three presenters, then please say so to whom it's addressed, or if it's general, and then I will try to bring all three of the speakers in to respond. And again, apologies, I don't see the room, so I'll have to rely on colleagues there to direct me to someone who's holding the microphone.
Michael, if I may, while we're waiting, I think Dr. Kentros highlighted the issue of extremism, and I think we're talking about two different phenomena to an extent. There is the public discourse, which can radicalize regular members of society, and we've seen this. We've seen this on a mass scale. Oh, I apologise. We've seen this on a mass scale in the US, where we saw QAnon and we saw the insurrection, and that aimed to take people who were mainstream Republicans and move them into the sphere of extremism. So we have the hate speech attacking the public, and we also have the discourse between people who are already radicalized. And the responses and the communications between these two groups are very different. The public hate speech acts as a gateway that can lead people deeper down a rabbit hole that leads into extremism. Removing the hate speech will reduce the risk of more individuals falling down that rabbit hole. Once they're down the rabbit hole, we need entirely different approaches to prevent radicalization leading to actual acts of violence, and to stop things like terrorist manifestos and videos of attacks spreading and encouraging those who are already radicalized into further violent action. So I think we're looking at two different strategies and approaches. And I think we need to keep that in mind as we tackle this online environment.
Thank you, Andre. Georgios, or perhaps somebody there in the room, are there any questions for our speakers, please?
Yes, I would like to ask a question. It's Noam Katz, the Ambassador of Israel. Hi, it's Noam Katz, the Ambassador of Israel. Thank you, Andre, and thank you, the other speakers. It was very enlightening and very inspiring. I want to raise a general question. Do you think that the next phase of development, technological development, when we speak about metaverse, when we speak about speeds of processing that will lead probably to more capabilities of using avatars and bots, do you think that will change dramatically the phenomena that we see today, that we are not controlling anyhow? And secondly, what are the recommendations that you have in order to create a kind of club of states or states that will work together to join develop a way to pressure and to bring the companies or to make the companies liable for their inability to prevent hate speech and things that are radicalizing groups? I would say that I totally agree with you, Andre. I think that we have different crowds, and just to give from my own experience, when we worked with Facebook or with TikTok, there was one thing about supplying information and using the search engines of those companies in order to bring people that are asking questions to the right places that they will be able to consume information. And between dealing with different echo chambers or bubbles where bad content was carried by the algorithms of the company. And therefore, we ask the companies always, when we analyze things and we send information, to take down the one that we think that has more influence on more people. It means that it's better to take down somebody that his content is traveling fast and create a lot of engagement, than to deal with every piece of content that we find on the internet. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was Ambassador Katz or Mr. Katz. Thank you for your question. Andre, would you like to respond to that? And then perhaps if I can bring in Professor Maruda and Dr. Karantrantos, if you have any additional comments.
Thank you, Michael. I might stick to just part of the question there. How do we deal with the new emerging environments? And I think there is a very simple answer. And the answer is compliance by design. The way the old systems emerged, we had this ideology that the internet should be beyond the reach of government. The internet should self-regulate. Governments should not be able to impose themselves on it. That was how the early internet developed. That idea has in more recent years been rejected even by the people that founded the internet, that built the early technologies. There's been a rethinking that that doesn't work. So the infrastructure previously, including social media, was made by the companies in a vacuum. They determined what they thought was their responsibility. They maximized profits, minimized liability, and the law supported that. As we develop new environments, new platforms, we're in a different political and social environment. We're in an environment where it's reasonable for governments to say, this is what we expect. You know, the very fact that platforms have a reporting option, I believe in the case of Twitter, Twitter was objected to even having an ability to report tweets, and it was a French court case that part of the settlement was an agreement that they would add a reporting button. So, you know, these are things that have developed over time. As we start with new infrastructure, you know, as we start with the metaverse, we need to set the ground rules. We need to say, this is what society expects. If you're going to build a platform, this is the safety functions you need to build in. Of course, every government has their own views on this, so we need to have some collectivism. We need to have some plan on what are the expectations everyone can agree on. And if we get that, then, you know, how you implement it becomes a challenge for the technology companies. And that's just one more constraint on the way they do business. They will deal with it. They will work within whatever rules they're given.
Thank you. Dr. Karantrantos, I think you also, in your remarks, touched on this issue of collaboration. Perhaps you'd like to add your views here, please?
Yeah, thank you.
And then I'll bring in Professor Ruda.
Actually, there are some common things apart from the evolution of technology and the new environment, that this is very, very important. As Andrea said, yes, there is a need for setting the scene for regulations. We should build on about what is existed now and the new developments. But apart from this, there is a need that governments should not only trying to convince companies to imply self-regulation or to use other tools. For example, Twitter has its own tools to identify content which is problematic in different ways, from hate speech to terrorist content online. But also we should move in a way to use social media, not in a bad way, but to disseminate content which is supporting democracy, which is strengthening resilience. So we need to find this battle. We called it in the old ways the battle of ideology. So there is not only the way to counter terrorist organizations, for example, but we need to fight also the ideology battle, because there still be there people for propaganda. And one remark about what Andres said and Ambassador Katz about the different crowds. Yes, of course there is a difference, but there are some linkages. And when we're discussing about, for example, targeted prevention in cases of already radicalized people, we're also discussing about the primary prevention, about general prevention campaigns to prevent the spread of anti-Semitism ideology, for example, because the spread is creating the breeding ground for more vulnerable people to getting radicalized. So there are some common strands, but there are of course differences, and that's why we have different strategies. And there is a need at European and global level to enhance the coordination between the Council of Europe, the European Union, the European Commission, UN. So there is a need for find the ways to streamline different initiatives in this dimension. So for me, apart from new regulations, which we have differences, there is a need to use the attractiveness of social media to youth people in order to disseminate our narrative.
Thank you. And Professor Maruda?
Thank you very much for this question. So what I would suggest is we try to think what are the issues and what are the dilemmas. So the first dilemma is always how to better identify the targets of such online hate speech. And I will give you examples of what we have recently seen through our monitoring. And this is quite important, because unless we are able to identify targets, then we will not be able to find solutions on how to address. For example, during our monitoring mission in Hungary, we have seen that during Pride events and Jewish cultural centers that host LGBTI community events would be the targets of hate speech, hate crime, sometimes even violence. So intersection of LGBTI Pride events and anti-Semitism needs to be addressed. So law enforcement agency would not recognize this as anti-Semitic. In my view, it was, but intersectionality was there. Secondly, you would have cases like that on anti-migrant sentiment and anti-Semitism together. For example, Jewish NGOs providing assistance at Lesbos Island were attacked by extremists, as someone would call it, and it was a combined rhetoric of anti-migrant sentiment and anti-Semitic sentiment. So these are the new ways where we see hidden, let's say, anti-Semitic attacks, hate speech, etc. Secondly, as already presented and in the response of ADRE and Dr. Katrandos, we need also to find ways of better monitor the content of an internet and online and social platform. So who is, or what kind of algorithm will be used in reality, because we are going to have algorithms. So how can you say that a certain post is indeed anti-Semitic is very difficult. Who does the monitor? If it is only a machine, then we need to talk to those who design this type of machines, because sometimes they end up creating more victims. So someone can be a youth activist, will be seen as a terrorist, for example, or as responsible for all this kind of racism, because he's a victim of an algorithm that is not working properly or that is discriminating. So we need to carefully work together with designers of information technology algorithms. So it's not only in the public sphere, it's also private sphere. We need to work better in universities to be able to address and monitor content, and this is also lacking at the moment. And thirdly, I do believe countering hate speech, countering the message, also needs to be addressed. So not just sanctions and taking out content, but also having positive messages, countering narratives. So this would be my proposals, concretely.
Thank you. Andre, I know you wanted to come in with another quick comment. Just while you're doing that, if I can ask someone in the room to prepare the next speaker, the next person who has a question. Andre.
Thank you, Michael. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. The terrorist attack in Halle a couple of years ago now, the terrorist attack in Buffalo a few months ago. In both cases, it was the work that I did and my team in Australia to remove the videos and manifestos that the terrorists themselves placed online. I find this a little bit ridiculous, that we have the infrastructure of police, intelligence agencies, governments, etc. My organisation runs on a budget of about 20,000 euros a year, total. We are massively underfunded, but in multiple major terrorist incidents now, we've been the ones that have managed to monitor both the public web and the less visible content in order to track down the content that's going viral and take the appropriate action to get it removed. It takes expert engagement to do this, and the same goes with some of this hate speech content. Some of it, yes, we can deal with through AI. Some of it is going to require people making a judgment call, making a notification, and having systems in place that can escalate it to the point where someone with some sort of authority in civil society, in government, it doesn't matter, is able to hit the button and say, this item is now critical. This item needs the attention of police, governments, etc., because this item is about to incite real-world harm and violence. And that's what we're working towards. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Can I come back to the room, please, to see if we have a next question?
Hi, Michael. I don't see any other question, to tell you the truth, in the room, unless I'm mistaken.
I had one thing I wanted to ask Professor Maruda from something she said. Did I hear you correctly, Georgios? There are no more questions in the room?
No, no more questions in the room.
Okay. Can I just jump in here? Professor Maruda, you talked about prosecution and law enforcement. Can you give us a sense of the number of prosecutions and how the law is actually enforced? It leads on to a wider question about how, for example, the IHRA working definitions are actually enforced in practical, concrete terms. But the other side of monitoring and identifying these issues and then having laws to prevent or protect or to deal with them is how they're actually used. So perhaps you could say something about that, please.
Yes, thank you. So we have very few cases of actual recent cases, let's say, of the last 3 or 4 years, where we have a specific mention of IHRA definition being used, and then or the Cyber Crime Convention of the Council of Europe. So that's why we need all these soft law instruments, as the GPR, as the hate speech, hate crime guidelines that are being prepared now by the Council of Europe Committee of Ministers, because we need to link hard law that is there to current contemporary forms of anti-Semitism that are completely new, and lawyers, very important, and judges are very difficult to actually use. It is very difficult for this to be used for actual prosecution. So we have the most recent online law is the German law, and now 3 more acts are being prepared in Italy, in France, and in Sweden, and they are working on how to avoid the discussions that were indeed quite critical in Germany, because there were a lot of reactions to these laws. So we do have, this is a very new discussion. We are talking about legal instruments that actually point the importance of sanctions and prosecutions for online hate speech. And these new instruments are currently being discussed in parliaments. And as IHRA, we have been taking part in these discussions exactly because we have so few court cases actually referring to what we are discussing. So you would find general prosecutions on hate speech and hate crimes, but you wouldn't necessarily link it to online hate speech. So we have very few cases, and rather work on removal of content, work with other less stringent or rigid ways of addressing these points. Finally, there is an issue of thresholds. So when we in the Council of Europe talk about hate speech, European Union instead discusses illegal hate speech. Already you see there is this hint that there might be a legal hate speech. So we need to find a threshold between freedom of expression on the one hand and hate speech that needs to be prosecuted because of all this racist content and trivialization, etc., etc. So these are the new attempts. The guidelines on hate speech by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe were adopted a month ago, and it was not an easy exercise, I can tell you. At the same time, I also have to admit that a number of governments have used this idea to ban radios, TVs, blogs. So this is also a threat, a risk. If we don't have a correct threshold, then freedom of expression can indeed be jeopardized or even violated. So this threshold is very important. And I agree with André that artificial intelligence is not enough. We need to have people monitor racist content, hate speech content, online and offline in that respect. We can do it. There are resources that can be used, but governments all around the world do not want to invest on this. And rather it's NGOs or networks or youth activists that are doing it.
Thank you. As ever, it's a high wire act to balance freedom of expression and, as you say, clamping down on what has crossed the line. Andre, did you want to come in on contribute to this?
Thank you. I just wanted to come in from the complete other end of the discussion. In one of my other roles, I serve as a vice president for the IHRA Computer Society. And this is a professional association that each year engages with about 400,000 computing professionals. These are the people who work in the universities in computer science. These are the people that work in Facebook, in Google. They're the people that work in government in technical jobs. There has long been the attitude that this wasn't their problem. The problem of hate speech was the problem of whoever the staff person was, whose job description said it was their job. We're seeing a lot of change to highlight the ethical side of this, to say that if you are building technology that negatively impacts the public, you have an ethical responsibility to manage that risk to the public. And we're seeing it on the environmental side as well. But what this means is before we get to the area of laws, if we can get the people who build the tools, who have the technical knowledge, to take an ethical approach to their work, to be cognizant of these threats, of these issues, not just anti-Semitism, but all the forms of attacks on human rights that can occur and attacks on democracy that can occur through democracy, we could end up in a much better place. But it means bringing that understanding to the people who have technical skills to make change, and not just the lobbyists and the lawyers, but the actual engineers themselves. Again, I don't want to steal Forrest Schul's thunder, but the Computer Society ran a major event last year. We have an event coming up this year on exactly this sort of topic, and Forrest will be presenting on that to you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andre. Dr. Karen Trantos, anything to add to this conversation?
One last comment from my side, that I'll agree that it's obvious that we don't need only new technologies. We don't
Sorry,
need.
we don't hear you so well.
Can you hear me now?
That's a bit better.
Okay. So I said that it is obvious that we don't need only new technologies, we don't need only artificial intelligence or machine learning in order to identify and to counter the online content of anti-Semitism and hate speech or other forms of problematic content. We should, of course, invest in human people, and there are some infrastructures, for example, that there is an interesting discussion if we can pool resources together. For example, Europol is working through the EC3 unit on this online dimension, of course, on radicalization and violent extremism. But the last year's EU is trying also to see which is the middle ground between hate crime and violent extremism. So the work on the online dimension, the network analysis, so how those bubbles are over-linked and overreacting and motivating each other, it is, for example, an infrastructure that will be better used in this dimension.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, Georgios, can you tell me if there are, is it still the case, there are no more questions?
No, I don't see any more questions.
Okay. In which case, I was always taught never to stand in the way of a coffee break. So let me thank again our three speakers for their expert opinions and their presentations, and to all those who asked questions, but particularly to, I'll be calling you Andre, but it's Dr. Abola. Thank you for your contribution. To Professor Maruda and to Dr. Karen Trantos. I only called him Andre because I know him and had the pleasure of meeting him several occasions, and I hope to meet you too on other occasions. And let me say the final word to, again, to Georgios, to congratulate you and your colleagues for organizing not just today but tomorrow, and I wish you all fruitful discussions and illumination as we work on this important and sensitive subjects. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope the rest of the conference goes well.
Thank you, Michael, very much. I know it hasn't been easy to moderate a discussion online, and these hybrid discussions are a bit difficult, but fortunately we have these. Anyway, we have them. So thank you very much, Michael. And thank you very much to the three speakers as well.
Now we will have a 15-minute break. Possibilities to deal with the issue now and in the future. The technical aspect of best practices will be moderated by the head of the Greek delegation to the IHRA, Mr. George Polidorakis.
Καλησπέρα και πάλι.
Good afternoon. As I said at the beginning of my address, the beginning of the conference, one of the basic principles was to present good practices and ideas to face anti-Semitism and generally hate speech on the internet. This is the first of the two panels where we will have such good practices, but also analysis of the threats in the cyberspace and available solutions and ideas. The three first presentations that are included in the program, in the agenda, come from three different spaces, but they're all of them very interesting. They will be all through video conference. And we start with the experience and good practices in a big state of the American continent. We have the pleasure and huge honor to have with us through video conference the head of the Canadian delegation to the IHRA, Professor Irwin Kotler, who will talk about the efforts to fight anti-Semitism and distortion and denial of the Holocaust on the digital battlefield in Canada.
Gill University. And he was the director of its human rights program from 1973 until 1999. He has also been a visiting professor at Harvard Law School, a Woodrow Wilson Fellow at Yale Law School, and is the recipient of 11 honorary doctorates. He served as Member of Parliament for the Liberal Party of Canada from 1999 until 2015, and he's a former president of the Canadian Jewish Congress. He served as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada from 2003 until 2006. Apart from his academic and political career, Professor Kotler has been a human rights activist all his life. Let me just note that as an international human rights lawyer, Professor Kotler served as counsel to Nelson Mandela in South Africa and other well-known political prisoners and dissidents around the world. As Minister of Justice, and I'm quoting from his biographical note on the website of Canada's Prime Minister, Mr. Kotler launched Canada's first national justice initiative against racism and hate, initiated Canada's first legislation to combat the trafficking of women and children, and initiated the first ever prosecution for the genocide of the Tutsis in Rwanda under Canada's Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act. He also helped make the Supreme Court of Canada, the world's most gender representative Supreme Court, appointed the first ever Indigenous and visible minority justices to the Ontario Court of Appeal, and led the adoption of the Civil Marriage Act in 2005, with which Canada became the fourth country in the world and the first outside Europe to legalize same-sex marriage. He is currently the international president of the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights, of which he is also the founder. And since 2020, he is Canada's special envoy on preserving Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism, and head of delegation to the IHRA. I could talk about Professor Irwin Kotler for hours, but I think it is better to listen to him directly. Professor Kotler, dear colleague, it is a huge honor and pleasure to have you with us today. The floor is yours. I suppose that we should wait for a while. don't... Yes, that's... Yeah. I don't know. Δεν ξέρω μήπως ο κύριος Μπαβέλης έχει συνδεθεί.
I don't know whether we should go on with our next speaker, Mr. Bavelis, if he's connected.
No, see. I know, see.
Okay. Ούτε ο κύριος Μπαβέλης έχει συνδεθεί.
Neither Mr. Bavelis has connected. I hope we will resolve the issue. Apologies for this.
Okay. Ωραία. Τότε ας προχωρήσουμε στον...
Well, we will proceed then with our third speaker. Our third speaker in today's panel is representative. Actually, he's the first speaker, actually. He's a representative of the biggest, possibly, software company in the world. We have the pleasure to have Mr. Nikola Begovic, responsible for security social solution specialist, Microsoft Central and Eastern Europe. And his presentation will pertain to the emerging threats on security in cyberspace, including some statistical information and available solutions. He is responsible for security solutions in Microsoft, supporting governments and organizations. He is a law graduate, an aficionado of IT and security, an accredited pen tester, and before Microsoft, he has worked for approximately 10 years in a government organization as a global researcher and specialist on security issues.
Thus, the floor is yours.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
The sound is very low.
Okay, I
Now
will
better.
try to speak louder, but now the floor is yours.
So it's my turn? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I the first one from the second session?
I'm afraid so, because the previous two speakers are not connected yet, so I suppose that you will have to start first, to begin first.
All right. Do you mind giving me 2 minutes or 1 minute?
Με συγχωρείτε γι' αυτό.
Apologies for this. Video conferences, as you know, can be difficult.
I suppose that she will connect somehow. Ας με πληροφορήσει κάποιος αν συνδεθεί ο κύριος Κότλερ ή ο...
Please let me know if Mr. Kotler or Mr. Bavelis are connected. Someone from the control room.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just give me a few seconds to see these technical parts. I will share my presentation. Do you see my presentation?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Without the notes or just the slides?
Just the slides.
All right. Okay. Was there any announcement already, or should I?
Yes, I told them what you're going to talk about, and I briefly mentioned your CV as well.
All right. So you see my slides and you see myself, correct? Okay. So as that everything said, I just want to say hello to everyone and thank you for the introduction and for having me here today. I will do my best to raise awareness of challenges and to given topic in given time, emphasizing how Microsoft can empower you to keep your kingdom safe. As we know, the world has changed and governments are looking toward the digital transformation, or they already transitioned into it. In this sense, I want to use this opportunity to underline that Hellenic government has already developed the digital transformation strategy for 2020 to 2025. It's so-called Digital Bible, which includes cybersecurity posture as well, showing responsibility to its citizens by outlining the guiding principles for teaching access and interventions on a horizontal and vertical level that aim to enhance and support the digital transformation of Hellenic society and economy. Before we continue any further, I would like to emphasize that cybersecurity as a broader term is very complex and affects every individual on the planet Earth in everyday life. And we're witnesses today that major cyber attacks are happening on a daily, if not hourly basis, impacting different business portfolios, but more importantly, disturbing and dismantling governmental services to its citizens. And by doing so, it impacts on government decisions as well. When we talk about cybersecurity threats, we need to understand that besides of its important technology component, we are also to bear in mind its social role, as we need to change the mindset of the government decision makers to invest in security in a proactive and preventive manner before it's too late. Also, a societal resilience is an important element of state security, as disinformation is often part and a parcel of contemporary wars and conflicts, and it is why we are here today to talk about cybersecurity from a holistic point of view and how governments can protect themselves. Pressures from evolving global economy are requiring governments and different organizations to reduce costs, efficiently manage risk, and optimize operations. Microsoft security solutions are in a unique position to help organizations to prosper during these times. Today, I will guide you through some of the emerging and evolving security threat challenges and its landscape. And we may say that the digital transformation of governments is an empowering rocket, which will provide better quality of service to its citizens. However, only with a proper security management, we are preventing it to become a missile. On the next slide, I would like to show you a short video on how technology can actually help you to be fearless in challenging and uncertain times ahead of us.
In security, being fearless isn't the goal. The goal is where fearless can take you. Your organization, innovation, growth, focusing on your mission.
The threat of a breach does scare me. But to me, security is life. Do you live your life wondering around what if, or do you think about what's possible?
Fearless means taking a comprehensive approach across security, compliance, and identity. Integration to protect every device and platform. using threat intelligence across clouds.
We're changing our mindset, but now more and more we use cloud technologies to protect, to raise the security bar.
Fearless means finding confidence through best-in-class solutions, being able to simplify and still strengthen.
I strongly believe that security is a shared responsibility. It's not just on me, it's not just on the InfoSec team, it's not just on the physical security team. All the elements are intertwined.
Because we don't just believe in being fearless. We believe in helping you put fearless to work.
All right, in line with that, we were covering now cybersecurity threats, and in that sense, I would like to say that there are a number of cybersecurity threats and how bad actors can take over networks and its data assets or disturb services of the governments and organizations. And those attacks are more sophisticated today, and unfortunately, their usage is becoming more cheaper and broadly available to bad actors as well. In this regard, I will go quickly through some of the major cyber threat pillars nowadays, underlining some of their purpose and functionality. Ransomware is something that bad actors continue to use and to deploy, but constantly evolving their delivery methods, getting the organization sensitive information, asking for ransom. And some statistics are showing that global ransomware damage losses projected to reach $20 billion in 2021, and we see its increase in the upcoming years as well. Insider threats are even more disturbing because once internal system users are compromised, they can become even greater threat to the organization than external attackers, as they can advance laterally to the organization networks more difficult to notice. This emerging threat is even more highlighted today as credentials of the employees can be bought online on the so-called dark web markets. Supply chain attacks. This is a type of the cyber attack that targets a trusted third-party vendor who offers services of software vital to the supply chain of the organization. A September 2021 report found a 650% year-over-year increase in a supply chain attack compared to 2020. Social engineering is becoming more abusive as personal data is more available publicly due to, but not only social network trends and usages. I need to underline here that most of the attacking techniques and chain attacks starts with this social engineering. And there are several kinds of social engineering used for different, for example, phishing methods. Mobile computing devices, as due to pandemic and global digitalization process, majority of the employees are now working from home or remotely, accessing sensitive data from multiple scattered endpoints, and therefore bad actors are presented with many more infiltration opportunities than ever before. And this poor post-attack practices are equally important as collecting the data and following the right post-attack procedures to help you to extract most of the intelligence from each attack, and learning patterns of the attack as well as weaknesses of your defense system that requires attention. Therefore, we can see three main challenges to secure an organization. First of all, the threat landscape is continuously growing in both volume and sophistication. There is a constant evolution in the type of threats. As such, it is an imperative to have solutions in place that can evolve as quickly as threats we see to ensure security in the challenging landscape. Number one, while technology has simplified our lives and made us more productive, it has also opened new avenues for threat actors to attack. The digital estate is broad and growing, and so attack surface. Having solutions in place which can address the breadth of the attack surface is a paramount to keep organizations secure. And finally, another challenge facing both our customers and Microsoft is the sheer volume of threats we see and trying to make a sense of it all. Threat signals is simply a noise if we cannot correlate it and made it into an accountable information. Ideally, we have a solution in place which can do this heavy lifting job for us and help to ensure that we understand the threats that impact us and know how to secure ourselves from them. In line with the previous slide and regarding the emerging cyber security threats, we grew both in its volume and sophistications. I want to quickly touch base on the complexity of today's organization's network landscape in order to emphasize the importance of end-to-end security approach. As you can see on the screen, and as defenders ourselves, we understand the challenges you face today, starting with the complexity of the government and enterprise technology environment today. The blurring line between businesses and personal activities results in the overlapping web of technologies. With so many devices, different user groups, and so much corporate data, it is quite challenging for the organization to keep up with the sophistication of today's threats. Compromise of unpatched internet-facing infrastructure has overtaken credential-based attacks as on the primary initial attack vector. And that's something that requires additional attention of organization stakeholders, bearing in mind number of different devices and identities circulating through the organization's network. And that is why we talked a lot of our customers of different sizes and different industries and governments. And one common theme we have heard that is security has never been more critical. As we could see, cybersecurity threats grow exponentially, both in size and sophistications. As machines can learn, so do bad actors as well. That is why we need to be prepared, monitoring constantly, scanning all the signals, analyzing telemetry in order to prevent instead of to react. In other words, to win the cyber battle before it even begun. And everyone is feeling this effect of cyber attacks becoming more frequent and sophisticated as evidenced by large-scale attacks. Ransomware attacks increased by 100% in 2021. Phishing attacks increased by more than 600% since Major 2020. And more than 500 password attacks are carried out every second. Nation-state attacks are also in the rise, and they are often too well-resourced and sophisticated to be blocked completely. We also heard about the pressures from the secure multi-cloud IT environments. All these industries' incredible complexity for security and compliance teams racing to safeguard identities, devices, data, apps, and more across multiple cloud platforms. In fact, a recent survey shows that 83% of decision makers see managing multi-cloud complexity as their biggest pain point in 2022. Another constant theme we have heard is that increasingly complex regulatory landscape makes it difficult to understand where the risks really lie and their impact even in organizations in traditionally less regulated industries. After everything said, we want you to be fearless by having Microsoft as your trusted security advisor, helping you to build cyber-resilient government and protecting your sensitive data as the most valuable asset in the digital century we live in. As you can see in this deck, Microsoft has challenging cybersecurity battle to handle, but having enough of both technology and human capacities to successfully respond to all emerging security threats we spoke earlier. At Microsoft, we bear great responsibility to protect our customers and work together with fellow defenders to make the world a safer place. It may surprise you to know that Microsoft is the largest security vendor in the world. We help secure more than 785,000 organizations, and countless end users rely on our services every day. We take our responsibilities very seriously. Being in trenches for a number of high-profile recent attacks has enabled us to use the experience to collectively elevate our defenses for the benefit of our customers. Today, we track more than 40 active nation-state actors, over 140 threat group representing 20 countries. Our brand Microsoft Access System for Azure to Dynamics 365 to Xbox gives us a wide view of the security landscape, and you can really see our signals at work. We process astonishing 43 trillion signals each day and use it to continuously help our customers and mitigate threats in real time through the cloud. As a result, 32 billion email threats alone were blocked last year. Microsoft machine learning models power nearly 79% of the endpoint detections, and overall more than 2.5 billion cloud-based detections per day driven by artificial intelligence. 1.2 billion devices got scanned every month by Windows Defender. This gives us a great deal of signal into what's happening on endpoints and where the attacks and how do they look like. All this and many other elements of security puts us in the unique position, helping us to generate a high fidelity picture of the current state cybersecurity, including indicators that help us to predict what attackers will do next. With all that, we want you to be fearless. As we are investing $20 billion in next 5 years in security to improve share knowledge, gain insights, and combat threat security globally. And to that, the centerpiece of our investment in intelligence is the Microsoft Intelligence Security Graph. This is how we describe the way we synthesize a vast amount of data from a huge variety of sources. 400 billion emails get analyzed by our Outlook and Office 365 email services every month. We operate 200 plus global cloud consumer and commercial services, everything from OutCloud to Xbox Live to Office 365 to Azure and so on. And with all of these services, we have a tremendous amount of surface area that we defend. And so we see more attacks than most of other companies on an any given day. We get a lot of information from defending against those attacks. Just Bing scans about 18 billion web pages every month, giving us really great insights into what people are doing with web scripting technologies when it comes to attack and phishing campaigns. And we have a great way to look at this and to understand how we can help our customers to defend based on the information we have. And why is it a graph? It is a graph because what's really important is that connecting these pieces of intelligence, so these signals are not just individual points of information. The graph brings them together as the information that we draw patterns across. We can learn from one point of data to influence how we interrupt another point of data. So the intelligence security graph is something that we are very, very heavily invested in at Microsoft. And it's something that we feel it is unique to us in this industry. And in the end, I would like to point out some key takeaways from today's session. As we could see, cyber attacks are becoming more sophisticated and advanced, and unfortunately, more damaging and impactful than ever before due to easily available resources at low cost. In addition to that, threat landscape of the organization is becoming more broader than ever, making organizations more exposed to the bad actors. And because of that, we are urged to create a cyber-resilient government, which is a part of the digital transformation process, whose goal is to create a modern government offering to its citizens modern and undisturbed services. And this is why security and protection of those valuable assets has never been more critical. Cybersecurity is a wake-up call for the world. There is no national security without cybersecurity. And in this regard, cybersecurity will be, and I would say, if not already, the most important security issues of the present and future as well. But we want you to be fearless, because now you know exactly how Microsoft is the most suitable security trustful advisor for managing your modern workplace, helping you to create a resilient environment for the uncertain times. And more importantly, thanks to the native integration with other Microsoft security products and services, you can be sure of end-to-end security protection to your whole organization. And with that, I would like to end today's session with a quote. Cybersecurity is a constant cat and a mouse game, but with the new security tools, cat at least has a new claws.
Mr. Begovic, thank you so much for this presentation, this thoughtful analysis of cybersecurity emerging threats. I suggest that we take questions at the end of the session after we hear the rest of the speakers. If you can bear with us, you can stay with us. And before I go on, I would like to thank the U.S. Embassy in Athens for bringing us in contact with Mr. Begovic. Now, ο κύριος Μπαβέλης θεωρώ ότι έχει...
I expect that Mr. Bavelis is already connected. Has he joined us? Has Mr. Bavelis joined us? Yes, good afternoon. So our second speaker is Greek, and he comes from a different sector. We have the pleasure today to connect through video conference with the headquarters of the Hellenic Police. Mr. Bavelis is the Police Lieutenant Colonel, head of the Department for Social Issues and Combat Against Racism. He has served in different units of the Hellenic Police, some of which as a commander. He was transferred in September 2018 at this department, and he has become the head of unit. He has a postgraduate degree in social sciences, and he speaks English and Russian, over and above Greek, we expect. So as regards his presentation today, he believes that dealing with racism and xenophobia is one of the highest priorities of the strategic and operational program of the Hellenic Police. And in order to support this program, constant training of the police staff is required, as well as a coordinated effort by all actors, as well as the strategic analysis of the phenomenon. Dealing with racism and xenophobia from the internet is a new concern, a new threat that has to be dealt with. He is going to speak to us about the different units and his activities regarding the cybercrime. Thank you very much for being with us, Mr. Bavelis. You have the floor. Good afternoon from Athens. Unfortunately, I was unable to leave my post and travel to you. I will start the presentation by saying that fighting racism and xenophobia is a strategic priority of the 2021-2025 operational strategic program of the Hellenic Police, which means that the police is not only safeguarding public order and security, but also dealing with greater events. So we try to create an attitude of respect for human rights. That is why we take into account the doctrines, the guidelines of international organizations. The effective protection of human rights by the police is mainly achieved through awareness raising and training of police staff and their systematic monitoring of their actions. So through the different challenges of our times, the Hellenic Police is adjusting and adapting the training it offers its officers to the different requirements. So the police academy teaches these issues, as well as the postgraduate schools. Moreover, the competent directorates of the police headquarters propose, participate and urge the staff especially in units relating to racist violence, to participate in training courses organized both by CIPOL as well as by international organizations such as the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. So we are in cooperation both with organizations as well as groupings and NGOs. Moreover, both departments that deal with racist violence in Attica and Thessaloniki security headquarters, as well as the 18 such officers around the country, are continuing their work in order to deal effectively with violence which is expressed against the individuals or groups of people. The basic responsibility of these units and offices is to investigate crimes, relate preparation, or public urging or provocation or instigation to crime, and anything that can cause hate or violence against individuals or groups of people on the basis of color, religion, ethnic criteria, sexual orientation, or disability. All these units are responsible, among other things, also for immediately informing the competent prosecutor's office in case such an incident is identified. Moreover, unfortunately, the speaker cannot be heard. We lost the speaker. The speaker has been, we cannot hear the speaker. I expect that we need to wait for the speaker to be reconnected. Can you hear me now? Yes, yes, yes. Your connection was lost. So, for anti-Semitism for the Hellenic police is a negative attitude which leads to crimes against individuals or groups or their property on the basis of their religion or their Israeli descent. And the anti-Semitic hate speech, as well as violent crimes against Jews, are investigated ex officio by the Hellenic police on the basis of Law 927 of 79. From the 1st of January 2021 until the end of 2021, the competent services of the Hellenic police have recorded 135 events which may have been caused by a racist motive. Between 2020 and 2021, there is a decline in the number of such crimes from 222 to 135, taking into account the fact that this was during the pandemic. We cannot come to a safe conclusion in order to say that this number of these crimes has deteriorated. And also due to the pandemic, other conclusions cannot be made. It should be noted that the decrease mainly relates to the hate speech and not the cases of Articles 8.2a. Anti-Semitic incidents are mainly random and are related to the looting of monuments. In 2021, our services have dealt with 4 incidents, 3 of which related to anti-Semitic hate speech. All the cases are sent to the Ministry of Justice every 6 months, and information is further sent by them to European bodies. Whenever the Hellenic police is aware of any incidents where the motive could be racist, then the information is passed on to the competent authorities. In order to avoid incidents whereby people are afraid to approach the Hellenic police in order to denounce a crime, we have the helpline 11414, whereby it is easy to denounce such crimes without the need for physical presence. And people, citizens, are allowed to denounce any racist action also via the website of the Hellenic police. I should also like to say that according to the legislation, if a third country national is shown to be the victim of racist violence without having the necessary permits and documents for their stay in our country, they are not going to be expelled from the country. All this is guaranteed by the competent prosecutor. Crime, cybercrime, knows no frontiers, no borders, and is quite innovative. Sometimes the web is used for the expression of certain types of racism and xenophobia. So our department wishes to prevent, investigate, and punish such offenses or antisocial behaviors that are practiced using the internet. This is a department that is staffed by experts in IT, technology, law, and also by psychologists. So the whole range of requirements is there for anyone who might need it. So there are texts and laws that refer to all types of offenses related to racism and racist violence. Finally, let me state that in order for any policy to be effective, one entity, one unit is not enough. In order to deal with all types of intolerance and discrimination, we need to have an integrated form of measures and legislation. We all know that police cannot act effectively without primary prevention policies in order to deal with all the factors that promote problematic situations. Therefore, in our view, the minor expressions of this phenomenon should be done outside the policing system. The relationship the cooperation between the Hellenic police and the Jewish community in Greece is more than necessary, not only in order to deal with this phenomena, but also in order to organize other activities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Bavelis. Mr. Bavelis was reading out a text that interpreters do not have. We are very sorry. We are certain that the committee that will undertake the drafting of the national plan to deal with anti-Semitism will request the assistance of the Hellenic police, and that the Hellenic police will be most forthcoming. So we will ask, questions will be asked later. I don't see Mr. Kotler. But before we proceed to the discussion, we have distinguished and ambassador of Italy to IHRA. He is going to discuss issues related to the way that anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial and distortion is dealt with in Italy. And this is going to be very useful because he's going to say that everything we do should be tested against practice.
To have you with us. Good evening. The floor is yours.
May I start? Is it all right?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
So, first of all, thank you for letting me intervene in the session, present challenges and future remedies. Congratulations to the Greek authorities for organizing this important international conference, and especially to Georgios Polidorakis, who as IHRA chair the past year has done an outstanding job. I deem the title Digital Battlefield very appropriate, since indeed we are, in our liberal democracies, struggling against heinous phenomena such as anti-Semitism or Holocaust distortion, which are threats to our moral values and endangering the rule of law. Italy is actively involved in identifying the problem and designing possible solutions. We estimate that in Italy, around 80% of anti-Semitism takes place online. We are bringing together a variety of actors pursuing a multidisciplinary approach, gathering in seminars and conferences, international as well as national, experts from the civil society, universities, educators, social media, the Italian Jewish communities, the police and the judiciary, municipalities all collaborating under the supervision of the National Coordinator for Combating Antisemitism and the National Office Against Racial Discriminations, both embedded in the Prime Minister's structure. We are closely working with the EU and other relevant international bodies such as UNESCO and OSCE ODIHR. The Catholic University in Milan has established an observatory, Mediavox, to collect data and review trends of hate speech online. We also take advantage of the analysis and expertise of the EU project REASON, React in the Struggle Against Online Hate Speech, and the Online Prevention Institute, the Australian institute. Let me summarize what have been so far the results of these various and daily activities, and then I will conclude mentioning some noticeable achievements. First and foremost, we need the active and responsible involvement of governments. It is more effective to act in the framework of international coalition and networks, still dealing adequately with local and national situations. Education and culture are key in order to assess what happens in the mind of haters and how the web generates communities around conspiracy theories. Data collection is crucial to formulate efficient measures. We need to study how the net is shaping our way of thinking and feeling, our emotions, with the help of psychologists and neuroscientists. We must engage the platforms, cooperate with them. They are powerful, and the EU dimension is necessary to negotiate and regulate the digital market from a stronger position. We expect positive effects from the Digital Services Act and do hope it will become a norm-setting mechanism across the international scene. The web is here to stay. It is a major invention, and we will see ahead more technological progress. We should not demonize the internet, but carefully check its content to create a safe digital environment. We must find a proper balance between state regulation of the IT industries and freedom of speech, which is one of the main fundamental rights of our liberal societies. Censorship could be a temptation, but dialogue may lead to better outcomes. Platforms can be used as tools for serious education and informed knowledge. Learning does not end at school. To tackle soft hate speech and distortion, which are not sanctionable as incitation to violence, is not an easy task, but one should recognize that online hate quite often leads to hate offline and has violent effects in real life. It is not enough to remove illegal content or to contrast harmful content. One should also try a more proactive approach by spreading positive narratives and protecting facts. You have to bring light in the web to combat darkness. We must remember that youth are the main users of the social media, so positive narrative has to be snackable. All this being said, and thanking you for your patience, let me in a nutshell refer to a couple of good practices. First one, the national coordinator recently signed an agreement with Google Italy, aiming at gaining credits, which mean putting I as a result when a user clicks words such as Holocaust or Judaism, official definitions and verified explanations prepared by the Center for the Documentation on Contemporary Judaism. This is very much in the line with the strategy followed by the World Jewish Congress and UNESCO in negotiating their partnership with TikTok and Facebook. Second, the educational departments of the University of Florence, Rome, as well as the University of Weingarten in Germany, together with the Italian National Center for Researches, have conceived a project named Countering Holocaust Distortion on Social Media, promoting the positive use of internet social technologies for teaching and learning about the Holocaust, which involves Holocaust museums and memorials, in developing appropriate counter strategies to distorted narratives on the web. So, to wrap up, the state of the art in Italy. We do not have yet definite solutions against cyber hate, but some good practices are already in place. Our participation in the recent project will result in the creation of a national observatory for the identification and evaluation of hate speeches online, and we aim at drafting a national plan against hate incitement, racism, xenophobia, and intolerance. We need to further develop research and methodologies and act in close contact with like-minded partners, building solid alliances, and the IHRA family is surely one of them. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Luigi, dear Ambassador, thank you so much for this one. I think it's, I said it before and I'm saying it again, it's very good to plan, it's very good to have good practices, to listen to good practices, but it's also very essential to evaluate. And this part of your speech, especially this part of your speech, was your intervention was very useful. And I'm sure that in our national plan for combating antisemitism, we will have a chapter, and we need to have a chapter on how to evaluate the evaluation process of what we're doing in this field. Thank you very much for this. Now, we have the honor and we have the pleasure to have one more colleague from the IHRA in this discussion. We have the pleasure to have with us the Deputy Head of Delegation of the French Delegation to the IHRA, Mr. Thomas Piana, who will talk to us about the policy of France in the battle, in the fight against hate and antisemitism online. Dear colleague, thank you very much for being with us tonight. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Okay. So thank you, George, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to say I deeply regret not being with you in Ioannina today. which is unfortunate for me considering the cold temperatures in Paris for weeks now. But this having been said, I would like to say, dear friends, dear colleagues, I'm proud and honored to participate in this conference today, and I warmly thank Greece for organizing this event, which deals with such an important topic for our democracies and the respect of the principles and values of peace, tolerance, and living together. And I join what said my colleague from Italy just before me in this sense. So indeed, the fight against anti-Semitism remains unfortunately a daily concern for everybody. And above all today, as we are experiencing more and more the weight of the new digital communication means, which offer almost unlimited resonance chamber for hateful and discriminatory comments and call for violence on the internet. It's the reason why France, with in mind a universalist approach of human rights based on equality between citizens without distinction as to belonging to a specific group, is developing a resolute policy to combat all forms of discrimination, including anti-Semitism. This determined fight aims in particular to prevent, to regulate, and to repress manifestations of anti-Semitism online. At the national level, progressively, the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism is considered now as a common reference, including by our higher political institutions such as the President of the Republic and also our two parliamentary assemblies. We have also a dedicated administration to fight anti-Semitism. The delegation, it's called the Delegation for the Fight Against Racism, Anti-Semitism and Anti-LGBT Hatred, which is in charge, this institution is in charge of developing our national plan against racism and anti-Semitism. This national action plan is completely in line with the EU strategy against anti-Semitism and the fostering of the Jewish life adopted by the European Commission in October 2021. The third version of our national plan, currently being finalized, it should be published in the coming weeks. We prioritize, three areas. The first one is the educational actions, particularly towards young people in and out of school. The second area is training for public services agents, particularly police forces and judges. And the third one is a severe legal repression of any racist or anti-Semitic act, anti-Semitic acts. Confronted to the new challenges of the digital revolution, the French authorities are working to regulate this new expression of hate and violence online. And there are some different ways to do so. The first one, since 2004, the French law has obliged website hosts informed of illegal content to remove it or make it inaccessible under penalty of prosecution. Since 2009, the Pharos reporting digital platform, which has been created at this date, managed by the Interior Ministry Services, has made possible to report any illegal content or behavior online, particularly of an anti-Semitic nature, for the purpose of legal proceedings. The number of reports on this platform has increased sixfold between 2009 and 2020, and its staff has been doubled since 2018 to improve the way of doing its job. In 2020, an observatory of online hate has been created to better assess the phenomenon of hate online. The same year, in 2020, the Paris Judicial Court created a new specialized prosecution office to better sanction illegal hate online acts. Then specialized reception and inquiry teams have been created both in police stations and courts to give a better assistance to victims. the way of helping victims is very important in our national plans now. And to facilitate the judicial procedure for victims, online complaints are now possible in the police station. As you can see, without forgetting the need to respect the fundamental liberties and rights and the freedom of expression and of belief essential for democracy, France is constantly looking for adapting its repressive tools to the new ways of anti-Semitism. We are happy to have been said by our Israeli partners at the occasion of the 5th edition of the Franco-Israeli Dialogue on Antisemitism, organized last September, that our country, France, is recognized as one of the most engaged in this matter, and is very important because our country has the third more important Jewish community in the world. So the French authorities also believe in the collaboration with internet platforms to fight online anti-Semitism. Thus, for example, a €1 million fund was created in 2019 with Facebook France, to develop online civism and to prevent online offenses. We are also convinced of the importance of acting in favor of the remembrance and the fight against the distortion of history, insofar as the knowledge of the past prevents the return of atrocities in the future. Our education ministry continually improves the teaching material dedicated to genocide remembrance, particularly the Holocaust, with, for example, several specialized internet sites at disposal for schools, teachers, and academics. We also lead a decisive work on the ground to prevent anti-Semitism at school, with referent teams created a few years ago to teach and defend our Republican values in order to help teachers confronted to anti-Semitism expressions in classrooms. The French authorities both collaborate for education programs and through museums particularly, and finance the memorial institutions also, as their work is considered as an efficient help of the public policy. I just want to give some examples of this well-known institution in France: Fondation pour la mémoire de la Shoah, le Mémorial de la Shoah, la Maison des Yeux, or again, le Camp des Mines. I know this institution also collaborate a lot with some other countries of the IHRA, Italy, for example. Each year, nearly €2 million are given to these institutions to give educational intervention in schools. In total, €7 million grants are distributed each year to finance about 1,000 projects throughout the national territory. Then, to go on, France also considers the European level as essential to build a common freedom and tolerance space gathering the European countries. The EU-French presidency, recent French presidency, has been a great opportunity to reinforce the member states and the EU institutions' commitment. On the French proposition, for example, the Council of the European Union adopted in March 2022 conclusions on combating racism and anti-Semitism to reaffirm the commitment of the EU member states against all forms of discrimination in line with the EU fundamental values. We support, since May 2022, the Vienna Declaration aiming to institutionalize the implementation process of the EU strategy against anti-Semitism by creating a core group with voluntary member states, and we encourage all our European partners to participate in. We defended also the project to extend the range of the European criminal offences in the EU treaties to crime and hate online speech. We supported, and my Italian colleague spoke about it just before me, we supported the adoption of the Digital Service and the Digital Market Act, the European regulation currently being adopted, as the central tool of the future harmonization and supervision for all the member states for freedom of expression and the dissemination of hate content on the internet in the respect of fundamental rights. We also continued the ongoing negotiation on the European mechanism during our presidency for the exchange of electronic evidence in criminal matters. It's called e-evidence, in order to allow not only the removal of illegal content on the internet, but also the identification of perpetrators of illegal acts committed on the internet or by digital means. To conclude, I've been too long. To conclude, I would say that unfortunately the fight against hatred and discrimination, and specifically anti-Semitism, is never achieved. But be assured that France will continue to work in the direction of a more equal and tolerant world, and will maintain its strong commitment to combat racism, discrimination, xenophobia, and anti-Semitism, as long as needed. Thank you for listening.
Cher Thomas, chers collègues, je vous remercie vivement pour cette intervention. Thank you very much for this intervention. It is very important to hear what France does. It's always it has always more and more activities, and we very often cooperate with France, especially our Ministry of Education with the Memorial de la Shoah. So thank you very much for this intervention. Now, I think that Professor Kotler is not connected, so I suggest that we proceed to the questions to our four speakers. Are there any questions in the room? Yes. Mr. Leon Saltiel, member of the Greek delegation to the IHRA.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor and for introducing me. So you saved me having to do that, and I want to thank the panelists and the interesting interventions, also from our Italian and French colleagues. I will continue in Greek because my question is for Mr. Bavelis from the Greek police. Mr.
Bavelis, I would like to thank you for your presentation and commend you, and also for the work done by the Hellenic police and all the interesting things that you shared with us. I want to ask you, what is the experience of the Greek police on this theme, to face anti-Semitism and denial of the Holocaust on the digital battlefield, especially the cooperation between the Hellenic police and the social media companies? Do you cooperate in order to remove the content from the platforms, content with anti-Semitism comments or Holocaust distortion? I remember that a priest, a pseudo-priest, was going to various monuments of and he was making preaches, etc. Would that be in the array of your interventions? And also, you mentioned a definition of anti-Semitism based on which the Hellenic police decides whether something is anti-Semitic or not. Have you ever thought of adopting the definition of IHRA, which is a more complete anti-Semitism definition, and which has also a lot of examples that could help the policemen or the prosecutors or the judges to identify and combat the phenomenon of anti-Semitism and Holocaust distortion? Thank you very much. On your first question, regarding the removal of these contents, when we identify that there is a web page where there are anti-Semitic messages and comments, Unfortunately, the removal of this web page is not provided for, although it is the division of cybercrime combating, because the law does not provide for this specific case, for this specific category. As regards the definition, of course, we accept it and we will adopt it as mentioned by IHRA. So it is clear that we have still a lot of things to do, and we will do them as fast as possible in the future. Thank you, Mr. Bavelis. Mr. Eliassev. Good afternoon. I do not know whether this is directly related to the themes, but the fact that we have here in Ioannina a conference on anti-Semitism, I wanted to announce that today, a few hours ago, in a Greek courtroom, there has been a Nazi salute by the theoretician of neo-Nazism in Greece, Konstantinos Plevris, and unfortunately, neither the judges ordered his arrest, and from what I know, neither the Greek bar, the Athens Bar Association, has deleted his name from their registry. I am notifying you on this because it is impossible to be indifferent to something that happened just a few hours ago. Thank you. Of course, we must not be indifferent, and of course, we must not ignore it under no circumstances. There are the services of the state, and I hope that they will do their duty. Any other question? All right.
Therefore, I want to thank the 4 panelists for their interventions. They were all of them very, very interesting. This was the first part of our 2 panels, the first of the 2 panels concerning best practices, good practices in combating anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial and distortion online. The second one will take place tomorrow. Okay, thank you very much for interventions. Thank you very much. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ τους ακροατές μας, το κοινό μας.
We thank all the members of the audience for their participation. So this is the end of our today's sessions. Tomorrow, the 3rd session will start at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Have a